Senate will come back to order. Under new business, we have a proposed Senate rule, and I'll just speak to this, folks, just a little bit before we jump into it with the majority floor leader. I visited with the chairman yesterday, and all of you received an email regarding this. Essentially, we want the option. I'll just wait a minute. Essentially, we want the option of making sure that if someone becomes ill, that we still keep them involved through the remote location, and so we have an amendment to the rules. That's where it stems from. So far, this side of the building is all healthy and happy, maybe happy, we'll question the happy. But we want to just have something in place that we keep you directly involved should you not be healthy anymore. So with that, we are at that order of business, amending adoption of rules. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, do you have a proposed amendment?
Mr. President, I do have a proposed amendment. The amendment for our consideration is SR 0001. I move this proposed amendment create a new section 18 be adopted. Folks, just had a quick explanation. This is exactly what we did during the special session. This is as much as anything precautionary if we've got where we've got problems or risk people that we obviously got it going around. Anybody that feels like it, there is no pressure for them to stay. They can go home, go to their motel, participate remotely. And what you're voting on is the change of the rules that allows them to participate remotely and still have their vote be counted. So that's long and short of the amendment. It's in your email. There are also copies up front. It's about a one-pager. And it just goes into what the rules are and how they're allowed to do it. And it changes our rules to allow it. So given the good chair of appropriations a minute so he can take a look at it and comment if he needs anyone else. If you want copies, they're up front. I think it's a good deal. If we got where we had a problem, you could drop where you didn't have quorums.
Yeah, Mr. Floor Leader, just add that it was emailed to everybody and the chairman were addressed yesterday. Okay.
Yes, this is time limited to just this session. This is not a permanent rule. This is just a rule for the rest of this session.
Okay, before you make the motion, I'm going to have it read in for the record. Read it in.
Senate Rule 18.1 is created to read, line 18.1, A, during.
Thank you. Mr. Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move for adoption of Senate Rule 18-1.
Thank you. You've heard the motion of the Majority Floor Leader. Amending the rules require a 2/3 majority vote for adoption. Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Roll call on the amendment, SR 001. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Murphy? Aye. Garou? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. James? Aye. Kinski? Aye. Cole? Aye. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? Aye. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. Wasserberger? Aye. French? Excused. President Dockstader?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed on the amendment to the rules. 27 aye, 2 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, the amendment SR 0001 has been adopted. There being no further amendments, the rules of the Senate 66 Wyoming State Legislature stand as amended. Thank you, folks. Stay healthy. Please, let's continue with the work. Reports from standing committees.
February 22, 2022. Mr. President, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 90, Capital Financing Select Committee Membership, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Giroux, Hicks, and Steinmetz. Excused, Senators Kinski and Perkins. Senator Hicks, acting chairman. February 22, 2022, Mr. Presidential Committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom was referred Senate File 82, Supplemental Water Development Funding, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Giroux, Hicks, and Steinmetz. Excused, Senators Kinski and Perkins. Senator Hicks, acting chairman. February 22, 2022, Mr. President's Committee number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources, to whom is referred Senate File 7, Wyoming Gaming Commission Scrivener Error Correction, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Ellis, Giroux, Landon, Salazar, and Schuler. Senator Ellis, chairman. February 22, 2022, Mr. Presidential Committee number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources, to whom is referred Senate File 11, Display of State Flag, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Ellis, Giroux, Landon, Salazar, and Schuler. Senator Ellis, chairman. February 22, 2022, Mr. President, your committee number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources, to whom is referred Senate File 61, Sage Grouse Game Bird Farms, no certification expiration 2. Respectfully reports same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Ellis, Landon, and Schuler. No, Senators Giroux and Salazar. Senator Ellis, chairman.
Thank you. All right, folks, let's go back to work on the budget. Mr. Majority Floor Leader?
Mr. President, I move the Senate resolve itself into committee of the whole to take up House Bill 100.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. For the record, it is Senate File 1. Repeat your motion for the record.
House Bill 100.
No, it's House Bill 1, or Senate File 1.
Senate File 1. Take up Senate File 1, thank you. My bad.
Okay.
It's my normal.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Passes. Senator Case, we invite you back up. Finish what you started yesterday. Oh, let's bring Senator Case up. Stuff out of the way.
Do we have the cheat sheets and stuff from yesterday? Oh, perfect. All right, after the way yesterday dragged on, we're going to, committee of the whole will come back to order. And the first section for our consideration is Section 81, Board of Parole. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Section 81, Board of Parole, and that is found on page 31 of your summary sheet, page 58 of your budget bill. The JAC adopted the governor's rec of $74,868 for general fund monies for travel. As you recall, folks, we have a Board of Parole that travels all across the state dealing with parole hearings. We adopted that, and that concludes my explanation of Section 81, Board of Parole.
Any questions on Section 81? Senator James, let me get you lit up here. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just curious why they need to travel so much when we have the ability to do Zoom now and, electronic means. So is all that travel really necessary? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on Board of Parole? Any other questions? Seeing none, Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A good question from my fellow senator. What they have found that because 91% of your communication is nonverbal, it really helps to be in the room with folks whose lives are on the line in such an immense way that are up for parole hearings, and so they just feel in person is so much better than via Zoom.
Thank you, Senator. Any further discussion? Any questions? Seeing none, and absent objection, Section 81, Board of Parole, is closed. The next section for our consideration is Section 85, Wyoming Business Council. Who's handling that one? Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd move Section 85, Wyoming Business Council. In this, we did a lot of things with this particular one, so we'll go through the ones that you may be interested in. The note 3 on the summary sheet, you'll see that the JAC denied the governor's rec, but then add back at the same amount that the governor recommended from additional funding source, and that's for additional recruiting staff. That recruiting staff is to go out and enhance their ability to go out and recruit businesses. So it's not recruiting to the staff, it's recruiting businesses for economic development activities. See, we adopted a number of others, so then we come down to note 8. These are a number of items that were in the governor's letter 17. We've been provided with a copy of the governor's letter number 17, and that was a whole list of items for both ARPA Direct and ARPA Conserved funds. Going through those, starting on note 8, the governor had an investment thesis that he wanted. It was a research that you would hire through Harvard to do some economic development research. We denied that request, which was for $5 million. There were special projects and opportunity management of another $2 million from items that were for special projects that went out for any number of items. And there's some of that that's been provided elsewhere. We thought that there was adequate money to deal with that, so we denied that one. We on the energy of future productivity incentive of another $2.5 million. We denied that. Again, we think that we've got, when you look at and you'll see about this more, we have quite a bit of money in here for various types of research. We talked about a $25 million matching grant at the University of Wyoming the other day. We've got a number of these out there. There's quite a bit of money in the budget already that can be used for these types of things, and we thought that this was a little bit duplicitous is there. We denied the governor's letter 17 on ag development strategy. They wanted $250,000 to figure out where they want to go with agricultural development strategies. We think that there is, with endowed professorships that we talked about yesterday, with other assistance that's being given to the College of Agriculture, as well as the revenue bill that we came out here earlier. We think that there's plenty of focus on that, and we think there's plenty of capability to develop that now. We denied $2.5 million for Kickstart Entrepreneur. This was a program that was made, that first came before the Senate under the Endow Act a number of years ago. We think that there's significant problems with constitutionality on some of those, and so we denied that. On note 13, the National Economic Development Training. This is $500,000 where when you get the information about the investment thesis in the Harvard Economic Development Model. And what that is, Mr. Chairman, they've developed a model over time. They've done this in a number of third world countries where they go back. Most of the data has to do with identifying what your strengths and weaknesses are with economic development, from workforce to raw materials to natural resources and those types of things. And so they put in this data, and then they help you develop a strategy about how you can move forward. They've done this with quite a bit of success in third world countries, and they're now coming back and they want to try and do this in the United States and help states. That's one we came about that. Mr. Chairman, the JAC felt with all the money we put into economic development over the years and a number of things, we just weren't convinced or heard things that convinced that they would tell us something we didn't already know or hadn't already figured out. Could be wrong, but that was the decision your JAC made in that regard. With respect to, and so the reason now that's important in 13 is then once they figure that out, you need money to send back people from the legislature, from counties, from the states. Everybody can understand what this model and what this research from Harvard has told you. I guess I shouldn't be saying that out loud. That a significant academic institution in the East.
You might ask Senator Scott about that significant institution.
So anyway, you would send them back, and they would become familiar with this, and then it was kind of a knowledge transfer to get that information about how to move forward back into the state. So that was coupled with the other one. We denied that one, so we denied this one at 13 as well. There was a community vitalization study, and that we also denied. We just think that this thing's been studied to death over the years, and just haven't heard information that would convince us, that convinced the JAC at the time that was a necessary that it was needed again at this particular time. Then in 15, we also, we denied this request and added it back from a different, from this funding source. This was to provide additional recruiting sources and added footnote number 1. Again, this is trying to support the ability to recruit from the Wyoming Business Council, which we believe is their primary function. So we wanted to support, we agreed with and supported the governor in that in a different way. We did the same thing on 16, which is targeted industry development in the Wyoming Asia Pacific Trade Office. As you know, COVID kind of had that shut down. That's almost been non-existent. Wyoming was making significant inroads prior to the pandemic, and we thought that that would be wise to resume that because they're particularly for agricultural products that had been successful before. The JAC denied the governor's rec and added back $5 million to the Small Business Innovation Research Matching Grant Program. The governor had recommended cutting that. We thought that that has been widely used around the state. It's these SBR funds, or you get a little bit of money because you've got this great idea that's either going to, sometimes it's for pure research, but usually it's some kind of applied research and technology transfer into make those types of things commercial. This is kind of the first level. There's significant, there's federal money that comes in for that, but these are state monies that can be added to do that. It's been a successful program over the years, and we thought that that was a wise use of money, so we put that back in kind of continue because we think these are all really important things to continue to try and diversify Wyoming's economy. So that's what we did on 17, and then 18 was just again trying to take what had been a consistent and reoccurring B11s and move that into the standard budget. Those are our answers for the Wyoming Business Council. We'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Senator. We have any questions? Senator James, you first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this whole recruiting of businesses must be new because I've contacted the Business Council numerous times and they told me their only responsibility was to help businesses navigate the website and that type of thing. So did we get a plan on what they're going to do to target businesses and who they plan on targeting? Thank you.
Let's go ahead and get Senator Furphy and maybe pile on with a couple. Go ahead, Senator Furphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a little confused. I don't know if number 18, what I heard on a couple of my committee meetings is that we're losing millions of dollars in federal grants just because Wyoming Business Council doesn't have enough staff to fully apply for those grants. So I'd appreciate a comment on that. Thank you.
Okay, let's do one more. Let's get Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I just have a couple questions on footnote number 12. The Kickstart Entrepreneur Program that looks like we've denied. Is that part of the Jumpstart program, or would that be taken care of? We have a pretty successful one in our community, so this is why I'm wondering, but maybe that's taken care of in 17 with the Small Business Innovation Research money. So just a few questions or clarification on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Schuler. Let's go back to, we'll go to Senator Kinski.
Well, I can peel off a piece of that, take a piece of that. I don't know who my good friend from the Southwest Wyoming talked to at the Business Council, but clearly business recruitment is a core to their mission. There are firearms companies here in Wyoming, in fact, in this town and in the town over the hill, that were recruited to Wyoming. We have a prestige firearm manufacturing company in my hometown. We have a company that makes vacuum systems worldwide that was recruited by the Business Council. We have all across the state success stories from recruiting companies into Wyoming, and I hope that they continue to be successful at that effort.
Thank you. Let's go ahead. We got questions stacked up. Let's see if Senator Perkins, you got the other two questions from Senator Furphy and Senator Schuler?
Sure, I think that.
The sec, let me get you turned on, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Going back to a couple of things, so again, there is I agree with my, the former mayor of Sheridan that I agree that I don't know who you talk to, but certainly recruiting is a significant part of that. I've actually accompanied the governor to not this governor, but a previous governor to the SHOT Show one year and walked around as we talked to at least a dozen different manufacturers, trying to recruit them to Wyoming. And so these recruiting is confidential because these people don't want to go, so those lists are confidential, and who you recruit at the time are confidential, and you find out about it when those changes or when they announce that they're going to come. And so I don't quite understand the fact that somebody said that they're not in recruiting, because they are. They also do provide assistance to local economic authorities. The Economic Development Office here in Cheyenne has been a starting example of being successful partnering and working with the Wyoming Business Council to bring businesses to this city. And so it has been a core mission and continues to be a core mission. And the interest in Wyoming continues to grow as we watch exodus from various states for various reasons. And so that we thought that was appropriate, there to continue to be additional, and the number of inquiries have increased. And so we thought it was appropriate to add that additional help in that office. With respect to the grants, you'll find that in the governor's office that we actually added significant money for grant writers in the governor's office, and it's for that very reason. That was also a recommendation of the Efficiency Commission, was that the governor start and have a grants office that they would have there, so that they would write grants. And so you'll see that there's I think $600,000 in part, and there's some other grants in another place for that very reason, to chase these grants. The other, in addition to just regular grants are out, much of the infrastructure bill requires grant applications. It's not they just don't award this, but you have to go out, and even part of these ARPA funds, the 604 funds, are part of an application process. So the requirements on the state, not just for grant applications for various individuals, but grant applications for municipalities, for counties, and for the state itself, have been magnified significantly because of federal legislation. And so if you're going to participate in those things, you have to write additional grants. So we've added significant grant writing capacity into the office. So that's not in this, it's not in this budget, but you'll find it in the governor's budget. And the governor has the ability to extend that out to municipalities, not to write grants for them, but to be a resource for them when they're trying to get grants as well. And so, in fact, just talked about that with the governor yesterday morning about that very issue. And indeed, that's he thought that what we're doing is broad enough so that he can allow that to also be a resource to local governments. With respect to Kickstart, it's not the same as Jumpstart. Kickstart was if you go back, Kickstart was a program under Endow where you basically made micro grants of anywhere from, I think they went up to $60,000 or $70,000 that just went out to people. It wasn't particularly based on need, but it was people to kind of have a good idea and see where it would go. I'm not sure how that even worked with Endow. When you look at it in our Constitution, it's very difficult to just award those types of grants if there's not some kind of contract or something in return to the state of value. And so because of that and other reasons, and because we've never really understood or heard back on the Kickstart program and what successes it had, your Appropriations Committee just did not feel like the Kickstart program, we wanted to spend more additional money on the Kickstart program. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay. Senator Steinmetz, you on this section?
No, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to direct Senator Schuler to page 4 of Governor's Letter 17 for more information on the Kickstart program.
Thank you, Senator. Any further discussion on Section 85, Wyoming Business Council? Any further discussion? Absent objections, Section 85, Wyoming Business Council is closed. The next section for our consideration is Section 90, Wyoming Energy Authority. I'm sorry, Senator Boner, do you have more questions? Okay, Wyoming. Oh my gosh, yes, thank you for breaking this up. Go for it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, take a quick break here and just point your attention to the South Gallery. We're blessed to have dedicated public servants at the local level, and we have one here in the gallery. The mayor of Douglas, Wyoming is visiting us. She also happens to do lots of good work with at-risk youth, so let's go ahead and give her a warm Senate welcome.
Hear, hear.
And her name's Renee Kemper. I probably should have said that. So thanks for being here, Mayor.
Thank you for being here. Welcome. You're well represented in the Wyoming Senate. Okay, everybody, the next section for our consideration is Section 90, Wyoming Energy Authority. Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Section 90, Wyoming Energy Authority. Mr. Chairman, with respect to that, was pretty much just a straightforward standard budget for the Energy Authority. I would note two things that, I knew there was one other place we had put grant writers, and if you go to note 2, you'll see that we also adopted Governor's Letter 18. These are energy transformation funds for grant writers. That's particularly when we talked, you'll hear more about the Hydrogen Hub and the CCUS, the Carbon Capture and Underground Storage Grant programs that are two huge projects that are game changers for Wyoming if we could attract those. And it's to basically put those folks on those full-time and to help with those that grant and that program to do that. And to the extent they have additional time, they can be turned loose to help on other types of grants. So I knew there was another place besides the governor's office. We did it, turn the page, there it is. The other thing that we did is that we did adopt Governor's Letter 13, which was we appropriated an additional $400,000 for energy-related project assistance. And then those are those are out there to provide assistance on, this is for technical assistance and other types of assistance you maybe need as they look at projects on Wyoming and its infrastructure, whether it's electrical infrastructure or pipelines or other types of infrastructure. If you remember, we took the transmission line authority and the pipeline authority, and we melded those into this one energy authority so it can deal with all of those things. And so they do require significant technical assistance from time to time, and that makes sure that they have the assistance that they need in order to do those things. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions on section 90? Any questions on section 90? Absent objection, section 90, Wyoming Energy Authority is closed. The next section for our consideration is section 96, State Budget Departments. Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, I move section 96, State Budget Department. There was really no changes JAC made in here. Most of these footnotes are for either IT. There is one change that the JAC did make, and that's on footnote number 5 to make that effective immediately. That's just to publish the budget books when we're done so that you might have them before July 1st when we get out of here. Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for any questions. If there are no questions, would ask to move to the next section.
Questions are on section 96. Any questions on section 96? Absent objection, section 96, State Budget Department is closed. The next section for our consideration is section 98, Office of Guardian Ad Litem. Senator Steinmetz, I have you up on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move section 98, Office of Guardian Ad Litem. This is found on page 33 of your summary sheet, 61 of your budget bill. There were no changes to this budget, and the JAC approved the governor's rec of the standard budget. That concludes my remarks on section 98, Office of Guardian Ad Litem.
Any questions on section 98? Any questions? Absent objection, section 98, Office of Guardian Ad Litem is closed. The next section for our consideration is section 101, Supreme Court. Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd move section 101, Supreme Court. Mr. Chairman, we did a number of significant actions in here. Most of these have to go through with, I just would note number 4, we adopted the court's recommendations, and most of that's for copiers and some workload. Number 3, we'll talk a little bit about this. You'll see that there's a weighted workload studies. There's $250 for a circuit court weighted study. Those weighted studies are how you determine judicial loads, and it looks at each type of case and the complexity of the case, the number of hours that a judge needs to spend on those types of cases. And so we're always looking at those. That's how we figure out whether we need more judges or not, besides just the smell test of just seeing how busy they are. There's $250,000 for one of those. You'll see that we denied a request for $2,175,000 for courthouse security. That's what that is we've done grant programs for many, many years about courthouse security across the states. Many of you have been to your courthouses. You've seen that we've done that. This was just another big grant program for courthouses, and we want to support those, but we didn't feel it was appropriate just to put a big pot of money that people could go grab to try and fix their courthouses. So if there's continued interest from that, we'll hear about that and deal with that at a later date. We just didn't want to create this big grant program right now. You'll see we adopted a number of these things. I think you'll see that we've adopted the recommendation for some chamber staff. We delayed the appointment and the hiring of that Chancery Court judge. We did that in separate legislation, but this does begin to get the chamber staff in order because there is a caseload to deal with. We'll also, we also think that those guys can be used to help with some of the other courts when they're overloaded as well, at least handling a few things for them. Move those along. And we also, if you also remember, we also made one of the staff members, when that person is hired, can be a commissioner or a magistrate to help move some of those cases along and help out the district court judges who will be acting as the judges for the next while in the Chancery Court. Number of things there for various courtroom technology and furniture to do the Chancery Court chambers to finish out that up there. We have, you'll see copiers, you'll see cell phone costs, you'll see independent carrier coverage on down through that. The other types of things you'll see down there that I think are of significant note are that we denied the Chief Justice's request number 4 for a $1.5 million for data sharing interfaces. I talked to the governor, ultimately we've decided that we probably can have some economy of scale. Everybody doesn't have to have their own databases and their data storage, that there's no reason, even in the separation of powers, that we can't have the right architecture, so we don't have to repeat that over and over. So we denied that, and we want to look into that further. They also denied the judge's letter number 1, which was from at-will employees, but we are putting 3, we did do a couple things that we did on her direct offer requests, is that we added 3 full-time equipped positions for temporary time-limited trainers, and those are time limited for 3 years, and that's as they roll out this new court automated system that they have trainers to go out and teach the judges and the clerks and the attorneys how to use this new system. And so that's time limited for 3 years to be able to do that. I think that is, we also, a couple of other things that we did with respect to the Supreme Court that are on here. There were some ARPA requests. We did grant, they did ask for some additional personal protective equipment. They asked for quite a bit of some. We went down and lowered that number a little bit. And there's a few things like that. And you saw those in the direct ARPA bill that went through Senate File 66 that went earlier. So some of her requests were in there, and they were denied in the budget, but some of them were modified and put into the direct bill. So that covers it for the Supreme Court, and would stand for questions.
Okay, questions on section 101? Any questions on section 101? Not seeing any. Section 101, absent objection, is closed. The next section for our consideration is section 102, Board of Law Examiners. We're going to jump over to someplace around the Bighorns, I think. I don't know. Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move section 102 of your budget. It's found on page 64 or page 35 of your summary sheet. It is the standard budget, and it is special revenue. There is their own revenue from our legal community. If there are no questions, I will ask you to close.
Any questions on section 102? Any questions? Seeing none, absent objection, section 102, Board of Law Examiners is closed. Next section for our consideration is section 103, Commission on Judicial Conduct and Ethics. We'll stay right over here.
Mr. Chairman, I move section 103, Commission of Judicial Conduct and Ethics. You'll find it once again on page 35 and page 64 of the bill. It too is a standard budget, but this is general fund money.
Questions on section 103? Any questions? Absent any objection, section 103, Commission on Judicial Conduct and Ethics is closed. The next section is the Judicial Districts 120 to 143. Are you going to do them all? Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move, and Mr. Chairman, in the packet we gave out, just a little bit after the pie chart, like 2 pages after the pie chart, you'll see a list that lists all the judicial districts, and so I'm gonna do that in some part reference to this piece of paper because it makes it so much easier. So, Mr. Chairman, the other thing I would say about each judicial district is, so each district court judge is a single judicial district, and so the judge is each judicial district generally consists of 1 judge, 1 judicial law clerk that can help do research, which usually is a law student that's only been out of school for somewhere between 1 to 3 years, an administrative assistant, and a court reporter. And those 4 people go out and they do substantial justice across the state. That is 4 people who take on the case, whether it's simple or whether it's hard, they take it on and they deal with it. So with that, Mr. Chairman, that's given you some time to find this, so I would like to move sections 120, 121 is Judicial District 1A, 121, which is Judicial District 1B, 122, which is Judicial District 2A, 123, and so forth. You'll see 123, Section 124, Section 125, Section 126, Section 127, Section 128, Section 129, Section 130, Section 131, Section 132, Section 133, Section 134, Section 135, Section 136, Section 137, Section 138, Section 139, Section 140, Section 141, Section 142, and Section 143. Those are all the judicial districts, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so they're all moved right now. They're all open. Any questions on those?
So, and
sections?
I'll just make a few highlights, Mr.
I'm sorry,
Chairman.
go ahead.
All of these are the standard budget, which is just basically the salary and the nominal and the operating expenses related to that. You have to remember 98% of these over 95% of these budgets are all just the four people that we described. There's a few exceptions. In Section 121, Judicial District 1B, there was an additional just under $7,000 for a new copier. In Judicial District 123, which is Judicial District 2B, there was $5,250 for a new copier. In Judicial District 1, which is Section 132 of Judicial District 9A, a reduction of $62,694 and one time employee. That was a Fremont County District Court that for years and years had a certain arrangement for a judicial clerk and an administrative assistant. That person has retired, and so now that one's just going back to where it's just like all the others, it's the judge and the three people that help him. Also in Judicial District 134, or excuse me, Section 134, which is Judicial District 9B, there was an increase of $20,000 for in-state travel. That particular judge travels a lot. He helps out in other cases. And so by doing that, it helps us save a much more expensive having to have another judge in some other places. They also do some travel for some other judicial conference related things, I believe. Other than that, they are all standard budgets. So I'll stand for questions on any of those sections, Mr. Chairman.
All right, any questions on these sections that are open, 120 through 143? Any questions? Doesn't anybody want to know why those two copiers cost different prices? I don't know. Actually, I don't want to know. We don't want to know. Sections 120 to 143, not seeing any questions. Absent objection, I would close all those sections, 120 sequentially through 143. Those judicial district sections are closed. Senator, the next section for our consideration is 151, District Attorney, Judicial District Number 1, Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I move to open Section 151, District Attorney in the first Judicial District. The JAC adopted the three footnotes of the governor's recommendation, which included some funding for some IT, some telecommunications, and then to upgrade their e-prosecutor maintenance system. Mr. Chairman, if there's no questions on that, I would move to close.
Any questions on Section 151? Any questions? Absent objections, Section 151, District Attorney, Judicial District Number 1 is closed. Section 157, District Attorney, Judicial District Number 7, Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, I move to open Section 157, District Attorney's Office in Judicial District Number 7. Again, the JAC adopted the four governor's recommendations on this for a one-time FTE for a victim witness advocate position within this District Attorney's Office. Also a one-time FTE for a legal assistant. And then again, you'll see the same reoccurring expenditure for the e-prosecutor maintenance is the program they use to manage their case law, and then a subscription to Westlaw. Mr. Chairman, if there's no questions, I would move to close Section 157.
Any questions on Section 157? Any questions? Seeing none and absent objection, Section 157, District Attorney, Judicial District Number 7 is closed. The next section for our consideration is Section 160, County and Prosecuting Attorneys. We'll go back to Senator Perkins for this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Section 160, County and Prosecuting Attorneys. What this is if under statute, we pay for approximately about half of the county attorney staff. and the counties make up the difference. This has to do with that. So the only thing that we did in here is we denied the governor's rec and added back $499,150 effective immediately. These restore reimbursements to the prosecuting attorneys for the current biennium. They, with the step, with reduction cuts that we made a year ago, with some of those being added back in order to meet some of the obligations they have with respect to some of their contracts as well as some of their employees. They needed that assistance, so we added that back, and that's what we did. That's the major action on county and prosecuting attorneys. Stand for questions, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions on section 160? Any questions? Not seeing any questions. Absent objection, section 160, county and prosecuting attorneys is closed. Next section for our consideration is section 205, education, school finance. Senator Kinski.
Mr. Chairman, I would move section 205, education, school finance, which on your summary sheet is page 45, and in your budget bill is page 78. 4 footnotes, all of consequence here. 1, we adopted the governor's recommendation to reduce school foundation program funding, which is $95 million, to align with projected expenses. What that means is because oil prices, coal prices, valuations were up, the amount that the state has to distribute out to the districts, the entitlement districts, was down by $95 million. Number 2, we decreased the governor's letter number 5, wherein the governor recommended an ECA, external cost adjustment, for K-12 of $37 million. We modified that to $10,200,000, which reflects the increase in the model in the expenses of energy and materials and supplies. Footnote number 3, we adopted superintendent's letter number 1 for a $20 million funding obligation for K-12 funding, and this reflects enrollment increase. So in the model, if a district loses students, they're able to choose between the greater of their actual student count or a rolling average of the last 3 years. And we had some distortions of students going off of the rolls due to COVID and then coming back on. And so we're getting a pop back to the tune of $20 million to reflect increased enrollment. Number 4, JAC reduced the total appropriation allocated to the National Board Certification for Teachers program of $4 million by $2 million and added section 318. So this National Board Certification for Teachers started out with a not-for-profit foundation, some wonderful folks who really believed in this certification. They said, we will pay half if the state of Wyoming pays half. And it's a stipend to every teacher that receives this National Board Certification for Teachers. That foundation has discontinued its 50-50 match. So it was the decision of your appropriations committee that the district would come up with the other 50% and match the state. With that, I will stand for questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, questions on section 205? Any questions on section 205? Senator Scott, I detect movement over in your part of the woods.
Mr. Chairman, and I'm a little confused, but I gather that the red ink we see in this long sheet on the JAC changes, is that where the decrease is because we expect more local revenue from due to the oil and gas price increase? And assuming that's true, my question is, what happens? The price of oil is potentially all over the place. What happens if it goes back up and they need, say in the second year, Mr. Chairman, of the biennium, what happens if we don't have enough revenue in this? Do they just overspend this? What happens if they need to spend more than is appropriated here because we guessed wrong on where the price of oil and gas is and we flat don't know where it's going to go?
Thank you, Senator Scott. Anybody else want to jump in? Anybody else? Let's go back to Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To my friend from Bates Creek, I think I misspoke. It's more the property valuations than it is the oil and gas, because there's an 18-month lag, and it's only recently that those mineral prices have gone up. And so I don't anticipate the property price, our real estate valuations going down anytime soon. After all, we're finding out the inflation we have is not transitory after all. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Scott, you got a follow-up? Then we'll go to Senator Wasserberger.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, what happens if something goes wrong here and they need more money? Do they just overspend this, or is this a governing limit on what's actually going to be spent in education? And I recognize the federal funds don't show here. I think they're in the subsequent Department of Education budget. But what happens if our school foundation funds, more is needed than showing in the budget here?
Let's tag on with Senator Wasserberger, and then we'll go from there.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just questions on the governor's letter, number 5, where he was asking for an external cost adjustment for fiscal 2023. If we could have more information on that. And then I believe the good senator from Sheridan said that we were increasing energy, but I thought that was utilities. And, or did we change that term?
Okay, we'll go back to you, Senator Kinski. You got a couple on deck there. Go ahead.
Energy, utilities, yes. I mean, it's the energy they use in their utility bills went up. Those for those two. So to my friend from Bates Creek, as you know, the education spending model far outstrips the resources that are available in any of the education funds. And if this valuation reverses itself, we will simply have to increase the amount of money that we take out of our savings account to continue to keep K-12 solvent under that model. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kinski. Senator Hicks, let me get you lit up.
Chairman, just to add on that a little bit, we haven't even, we're just now starting to see the second infusion that are direct appropriations under the ESSER funds. So there's still several $100 million all total. We're looking at a little over $500 million of the ESSER funds that will be distributed to the local school districts. Most of those are unrestricted. We also have, most of the districts have reserves, and then we'll be back here in less than 12 months, folks. So I think there's more than enough adequate federal funding and an adequate in their reserves to get them through 1 year to look at where we're at based on model funding. So I think there's more than adequate money there to offset. And again, I don't see, most of this is property taxes at the local level, that's going to change. If anything, it's likely to go up.
Okay, we're still on section 205. Any further questions on 205? Not seeing any questions on Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I somehow have the feeling I'm just not getting through. I think we have now temporarily, we're kind of handcuffed in education finance because of the federal maintenance of effort money, or the federal maintenance of effort requirements. When the school districts accepted and the former state superintendent accepted the big federal funds, it came down. So we are not really in a position to do what we maybe need to in this area for a couple of years because of all that maintenance of effort. But what I'm trying to figure out is, do we have any kind of control mechanism built in to put any kind of control eventually on the spending of the school districts, or is what's in the budget here just a fiction and of no value and no meaning? And that's what I'm not being able to get there. So that's the nature of my concern and my questions.
Senator Kinski,
Well,
leaping into the breach.
I'll take another shot at it for my friend from Bates Creek. I think I've got it. As you know, The Wyoming Supreme Court, under Campbell 1, 2, 3, and 4, has mandated a funding formula that's adopted by the legislature under edict from the Supreme Court, and it's a model. And that model spits out a number for education, which then goes to the districts as a block grant. And every year that I've been here, we've agonized over, do we really fully fund that model, or can we back off of it a little bit? And there's always this discussion about, well, if we do, we'll get sued. If we do, we'll get sued. But we have, in fact, backed off on that model on a number of occasions. We've not always given the full ECA. Sometimes we've given the ECA only temporary. Sometimes we've not given an ECA at all. We've modified elements of the model. And notwithstanding the hue and cry that you can't do that or we'll get sued, we've done that and forged ahead. So, you know, are our hands bound or not? At some point, we're going to have to face the day of reckoning. At some point. And I'm afraid that in the best tradition of American politics, it may take a crisis before we can ever really get to that point.
At some point, we're going to have to face a reckoning of closing Section 205. Were you wanting your privilege or on 205, Senator Perkins? Oh, back to you, Senator Perkins.
So if we've, I think the good Senator Scott's trying to make a point, and his point is no, there is not a limit. The only limit on this apparently is the Wyoming legislature and the Wyoming Supreme Court. And until we, you know, as long right now, you know, as it stands, we have all the cases of and we can have the good senator from Gillette who's lived this long, or several people on this floor who've lived those cases quite a bit long. But depending on how you interpret those court decisions, the schools interpret those as you have to fund the cost of education no matter what that cost is. So that's their position. And of course, all that money has to be appropriated. When that hasn't been before, the court came back and ordered the legislature to come back and make some adjustments. So there is nothing apparently that's clear in the law or the Constitution that puts a limit on the amount of school education. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay. So should we take a little break and do the privilege? That might be great.
If you could, we could get these people on their way.
Yeah, there's some people waiting for privilege.
May I
Senator
have privilege
Perkins.
of the floor, Mr. Chairman?
Absolutely, welcome.
Thanks. So we have the people out here, over here.
Can you come on in?
Can you guys have them in, just have them come on in and
Come on in and come around front. We get a look at you that way.
So members of the Senate, pleased to introduce to you
however.
the current class and members of they're receiving the WWAMI, which is the medical education. So these are our future doctors from various places around the state. In just a minute, we'd love to welcome them to the Senate, but if we can, before we do that, Mr. Chairman, if we could just maybe start on this end over here, and if you just tell us who you are and where you're from, and we'd love to hear that.
Okay, I'm putting the mics in the front row up, so if you guys would point them towards our good friends here.
So put your,
Oh, I'm sorry,
Senator
the
Furphy.
clerk's all over me for doing too much. Senator Furphy, we're going to use your mic.
So right here.
Oh, it confuses the camera. So if you use that mic right there, the camera will get you, and there you go.
Which one? Okay. Hi, my name is Jessica Garcia. I'm from Rock Springs, Wyoming.
Hooray.
As I saw you.
So go on up there, next one down.
I'm Tristan Bowman, and I'm from Powell, Wyoming.
Hooray.
My name's Matt Rourke. I'm from Jackson.
Welcome.
I'm Bailey Tice, and I'm from Gillette.
My name is Hannah Ahuja, and I'm from Rock Springs.
Yes.
My name's Laura Stamp. I'm from Casper.
My name is Scotty Killian, and I'm from Buffalo.
I'm Brandon Isaac. I'm from Gillette as well.
My name's Colin O'Neill. I'm from Casper.
All right.
I'm Sarah Martinez. I'm from Casper as well.
Excellent.
Hi, I'm Sam Britz. I'm from Wheatland.
All right.
And I'm Tasley Markovich, and I'm from Casper.
Casper's sweeping this thing.
My name's Saul Alvarado. I'm from Cheyenne.
Yay! Senator Perkins, back to you. Welcome, thank you. We're very, very proud of you, and you also broke up the discussion of the education funding, and that was helpful. Thank you.
It's helpful. So just want to tell these young people that we're so proud of them. They represent among the best and brightest of our kids. A lot of
kids.
I get choked up, but this is why we're down here.
It's their bolo
Yay!
So we appreciate them. We're down here because we love Wyoming, and these are the products of what we do. And we just need to take a minute and be happy about that.
Here, here. This is a product of our education system. Here, let me put that right there in front of you. Senator Ellis, you can talk to that microphone.
I didn't have a speech or anything, but yeah, thank you guys for what you do as well and giving us the opportunity to, be able to represent the state of Wyoming. So thank you.
And where are you from?
Cheyenne.
Look out, Cheyenne legislators. There's one right behind. Senator Wasserberger.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to brag about my two students who are in the group, and I have Brandon Isaac and his dad taught at my junior high. He went to my junior high. He was a cross-country runner. And Bailey.
The tall one?
Bailey Theis. The tall one. So, they were outstanding kids, and they're still outstanding adults. So.
Or short-standing.
Yeah, I just wanted to brag it up.
All right, well, thank you guys so much. Thanks for coming. A lot better welcome over here than down on that other side, I know. Senator Perkins, one more time.
They're trying to figure out how to get out of here. You can just come right down this row.
All right, that's good. Follow Senator Perkins, follow that bolo tie. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Thank you. Hey, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Oh, welcome. You guys have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good luck. That's the good word.
Okay, everybody, we were still in the middle of Section 205, Education Finance. Senator Scott, we'll get to you, and then we'll go to Senator Wasserberger.
Mr. Chairman, one first comment. I think we've just seen living proof on how well our education system can do by our best students. So they're a set I think we can all be proud of. Mr. Chairman, there was mention of the cost of education. We have to fund the cost of education. And I just leave you with the thought that the trouble with that is there is no such thing as the cost of education. There are multiple costs depending on exactly what you want to buy. And that's a fundamental problem we've had with our system.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Senator Wasserberger, do you have anything? Oh, you were still standing. Anybody else on Section 205? Anybody else on Section 205? Absent objection, Section 205, Education School Finance is closed. The next section for our consideration is Section 206, Wyoming Department of Education. Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Section 205, Wyoming Department of Education. And as I did on prior budgets, I will only go through the ones that are of consequence. The others are globals like IT hardware and HR consolidation and so forth. Number one, JAC added footnote number 1, authorizing the agency to spend $50,000 for matching funds for purposes of processing donated Wyoming meat for school lunches for the next 2 years. Number 5, JAC added $10,000 one time, effective immediately, for transition expenditures for the newly appointed superintendent of public instruction. The next note is similar. We have an election coming up. JAC added $10,000 general fund one time for transition expenditures if there is a change of state superintendent of public instruction at the next election. And then 7 is just a housekeeping item. We reduced one budget by 533 and changed and increased another by 533, just to change the source of funding from the school foundation program to the Hathaway expense account. Then finally, at the bottom, number 17, we adopted the governor's rec to accept $65 million in federal funds for the USDA school nutrition program. That is just spending authority. It's 100% federal funds. And 18, we adopted the governor's rec of $100,000 federal funds for rural and low-income schools. And that again is a federal grant just for these schools, does not require a match. It's 100% federal funding. With that, I'll stand for questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. The question is on section 206, Wyoming Department of Education. First up will be Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, 2 related questions. Am I right in thinking that the federal funds shown in this budget do not include the various special stimulus programs, that these are just the ongoing federal funding, of which a good part is the Title I, which is supposed to help some of the schools that are struggling? And am I right in also thinking that the federal funds are somewhere between 12 and 15%? You can't tell from these documents, but 12 and 15% of our total state and local plus federal spending on education. Is there a better figure on that?
Thank you, Senator Scott. Anybody else want to tag on? Anybody else? Back to you, Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To my friend from Bates Creek, this does not, these numbers do not reflect the ARPACARESESSER funds. But for a recap of that, remember we passed this packet out for all of you about midway through as a memorandum dated October 21 to the JAC from Matt Wilmarth regarding the Wyoming School District COVID-19 funding, showing, let me see, under ARPA, it's over $250 million. And so all the information you could need is right there, another 121 million, another 95 million grant. So this memo is very helpful. But yes, that cornucopia of money is not reflected in 206.
And if I remember, I think Senator Scott had a question about the percentage of federal funds.
Remind me.
Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, you can't tell from these documents, which is why I was asking, because I don't think that all the local spending is included here. But I think when you do include that, we're somewhere in the 12 to 15% of total spending on education in normal times, not including the various stimulus specials we've gotten, is from the federal government. And Mr. Chairman, if the correct answer is somewhere in that range, the point I would make is, yes, we're getting some significant money from the federal government, but not so much that if they're dead wrong, we can't tell them where to get off. We aren't dominated by the federal spending the way we are in some other programs and the way some other states are in the education program.
Thank you, Senator. Let's go to Senator Perkins.
Thank you. If you go to that item in your packet, there's a little memorandum, and to the back of that, there's another chart that shows every school district in the state and the amount of money that they've received under COVID funding, which includes ESSER 1, ESSER 2, Greer 1, the CARES Act. It shows all of that. It shows district by district the money that's gone into your local school system that didn't come to this body. These were funds that came in and were allocated according to the federal formula under those various acts to the various school districts. And so you'll see those in that packet, and that may be helpful to you to understand those impacts in your neck of the woods.
So I think the good senator's question was about the total amount of federal funds normally in our education budget. And we can get that later. But
we'll get it later. We've got it coming.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Senator Wasserberg.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. And it is true that the school districts are flush with federal dollars. But that is one-time money, is that correct?
Lots of head shaking, yes. Senator Kinski.
One time, Mr. Chairman, correct.
That was one time. All right. Any other questions on section 206, Wyoming Department of Education? Section 206, absent objection, section 206, Wyoming Department of Education is closed. The next section for our consideration is section 211, Board of Equalization. And we're going to go from education to equalization, and we're going to jump across the room to Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move at this time that we open section 211. The Board of Equalization is section 211. You'll find it on page 82, and it is the standard budget. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Any equalizing questions here? Any questions on section 211? Any questions? Absent objection, section 211, Board of Equalization is closed. Next section for our consideration is section 220, Environmental Quality Council. Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, I move section 220, Environmental Council. Standard budget, no changes, and if there's no questions, I'd ask to move to close.
Any questions on section 220? Are you up for questions, Senator James? Nothing? Anybody else? Okay. Absent objection, section 220, Environmental Quality Council is closed. The next section for our consideration is section 270, Office of Administrative Hearings. We'll go back to Senator Guru. Whoops, I could give you some voice power.
All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Move to open section 270. 270 on page 47 of your summary sheet. Page 83 of the bill is the Office of Administrative Hearings, and its entire revenue source is special revenue funds.
Okay, any questions on section 270? Any questions on section 270? Absent objection, section 270, Office of Administrative Hearings is closed. Next section for our consideration is section 6B, Independent Boards. How are we going to do this one? One at a time?
I can do them.
Okay, we'll go to Senator Guru.
Mr. Chairman, I think if I want to make sure I do this right procedurally, I'm going to, if I can, I'm just going to name off and open all the ones that have no change, and then I'll talk about the ones that do, if that's.
Sounds good to me. Let's do it that way.
Okay, we'll move to open section 12, 16, 17, 22, 28, 30, 31, 34, 35, 36, 46, 52, 54, 56, 61, 62, 64, 65, 68, 75, 83, 84, 251, 252. That is the Board of Architects, barber examiners, radiologists,
Slow down. I think our list is
listed
listed a different way, so we're having a little trouble making the
Well,
report
I'm going
work.
to slow down for you.
So just, I think,
I'm reading off that sheet. I'm sorry, I'm reading off a sheet that was, a summary sheet that was generated by staff, and I don't know if you.
okay, I've got a different summary sheet, that's why.
Okay, let's see if we can get you one.
Senator Perkins.
That you've got just a little bit behind, was right behind the one, if you found the one Judicial District, it's the next page in the packet, and it starts, says, beginning on page 83 through 99 are the professional licensing boards and commissions.
I got it.
So if you get that, if that'll help you go through these boards, it's even easier than on your SR sheet, and that's what my good friend Senator Guru is reading from.
Perfect, thank you very much. And staff at the desk, we got that figured out. Maybe we can use that for the report. Okay, so I'm going to go off this thing that's got this sheet, and I'll give it back to you, Senator Guru. Would you do it all again?
Would you like me to read them? Yeah, I'm going to read them again. I'm sorry, I did not know.
Try to do it faster this time, okay?
I'll go slower just for you. Section 12, Board of Architects. Section 16, Board of Barber Examiners. Section 17, Board of Radiology Technologists Examiners. 22, Respiratory Care Board. 28, a Board of Registration in Podiatry. 30, Board of Chiropractic Examiners. 31, Collection Agency Board. 34, Board of Dental Examiners. 35, Board of Funeral Service Practitioners. 36, Board of Midwifery. 46, Board of Combat Sports Commission. 52, Board of Medicine. 54, Board of Nursing. 56, Board of Examiners in Optometry. Number 61, Board of Certified Public Accountants. 62, Board of Physical Therapy. Board 64, Board of Hearing Aid Specialists. 65, Board of Athletic Trainers. 68, Board of Psychology. 75, Board of Outfitters and Guides. 83, Board of Occupational Therapy. 84, Board of Professional Geologists. 251, Board of Veterinary Medicine. And 252, Board of Acupuncture. On all these boards, Mr. Chairman, I move that we open them all. All of these are on the standard budget with no changes. Standard budget with no changes.
Are there any questions on any of the boards with no changes that were so far? Any questions? Seeing none, that would mean that section 12, section 16, section 17, 22, 28, 30, 31, 34, 35, 36, 46, 52, 54, 56, 61, 62, 64, 65, 68, 75, 83, 84, 251, and 252, absent objection, and don't you dare do it, absent objection is closed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And go ahead
Just
on.
just trying to bring it in on time and on budget. Here we go. Now we're going to go through some of these one at a time and just talk a little bit about them.
Okay.
All those last ones were on page 83 to 99, as are the ones I'm about to go through. I'd like to move to open section 18, the Real Estate Commission.
Okay.
Real Estate Commission is section 18. It is found on page 49 of your summary sheet, page 85 of your bill. Now, the good chairman alluded to this one off the bat or when his opening remarks yesterday. So for all of those who follow the conspiratorial or waste, fraud, and abuse sections of your budget, you might want to take a look right here. And I'm not accusing anyone of any fraud, not accusing them of any waste. They're a little short on non-abuse on this one. Here's what happened. Real quick, here's the story. A couple of years ago, the board came to us and asked for raises, and this money, just so you know, to be fair, this money is all raised by the Real Estate Commission, realtors across the state in fees that they pay to the Real Estate Commission. They came and asked for a raise for all of their internal office employees, quite a hefty raise, and told us that it was their money. We said no, because you are a state board and commission. We'd like you to pay the same rates that all boards and commissions are paid. So we denied the request. The members then, the people that were working there, decided to leave the employee of the Real Estate Commission. As they were leaving, they changed the pay tables, made some changes, and so the folks who replaced those folks just answered an ad at a pay rate. So they all got paid a higher rate. No one really knew. There was just paperwork shuffling, and those folks, the folks that are working there now, good, hard-working folks, and they didn't know, they just answered an ad. But when it came time, when their salaries came up and came through the process, we go, whoa, wait a minute, what happened here? And so the governor was a little bit between a rock and a hard place down on the first floor and agreed to make a governor's rec to change the rates, and we agreed. Because frankly, the folks that were there were not the problem. It was folks there before, kind of, I guess, were just sending us a little message. So that's the story on that. But I want to make sure everyone knows where you're going to hear about this is you're probably going to hear from your local real estate agent next year when their rates go way up for what they have to pay these salaries. And then they can adjust those salaries in amongst themselves, and then we can probably get this straightened out. But no government money was used to change these salaries. So I wanted to make sure that that was clear in that one. And with that, I will move to close that one.
Any question on section 18? Any
Figured there
question
might
on
be.
section 18? Senator James, let me get you turned on. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just out of curiosity, is anything being done in regards to those people who falsely gave raises before they left? Are they being held accountable in any way, shape, or form? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Guru.
I'll get back to you on that. We'll see if I do not believe there was much that could have been done as if it wasn't caught at the time when those pay tables went out. But I'll check and find out for you.
Thank you, Senator Guru. Back on section 18.
Next up.
Hold on, we're not done yet. So any questions on section 18? Any questions on section 18? Absent objections, section 18, Real Estate Commission is closed. Next section is section 19, Professional Teacher Standards Board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. move to open section 19, the Professional Teaching Standard Board. Ladies and gentlemen, this has no real issues here. We just had a gov's rec of, let's see here, $494,000 for a credentialing system, $147,000 to convert one AWAC to a full-time employee, and an issue of a ratification of a salary increase, but I think that one went through the regular process and were all approved.
Okay, any questions on section 33? Any questions? Seeing no questions, absent objections, section 33, Board of Cosmetology is closed. Next section is section 38, Paramutual Commission. Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, I move for open section 38 Paramutual Commission. Members, there's quite a bit going on here.
I think I jumped a section. I apologize, Senator Hicks. I don't have my bifocals on, so we skipped Board of Cosmetology, right? Can we do that, Senator Hicks? Would you mind?
I can't believe you did that, Mr.
I am so
Chairman.
sorry. I am so ashamed.
Oh my
We will
God.
roll back and let's go to Board of Cosmetology. Stand by, Senator Hicks. You're going to be great. Senator Guru, Board of Cosmetology.
So I move that we open section 33. Ladies and gentlemen, that was 19 that we did before the Board of Teaching, but this is 33 Board of Cosmetology, and we just adopted the governor's rec here for some IT replacements, some examination supplies, and $9,000 for credit card processing fees. Stand for any questions.
Any questions on section 33, Board of Cosmetology? Senator Driscoll.
Chairman, privilege of the floor.
Absolutely.
For those of you getting ready to place your bets, we're within 40 seconds of being 222 on 2/22/22.
Whoa. And Senator Guru, number 2, is talking.
Or Senator Guru, I make a second on that.
So any discussion on Board of Cosmetology? Any questions? Absent objections, section 33, Board of Cosmetology is closed. The moment has arrived. That's why we waited, Senator Hicks, for section 38, so you could have the Paramutual Commission at the exact time.
Mr. Chairman, that's good because I'd never want to bet against the cosmetologist, so we're right on the button here. All right, there is a lot going on here, so Mr. Chairman, I move that we open section 38 Paramutual Commission. So footnote number 1, and just a reminder, these are all special revenues that are actually generated by the gaming or the Paramutual Commission. So footnote number 1, assuming that Senate file number 7 is enacted and changes the name from Paramutual to gaming, all the funds in this budget would be then transferred to the name under the Wyoming Gaming Commission. Number 2, as a result of the increased duties and responsibilities that are coming with sports betting and all these other activities that they would then be overseeing, there is 4 positions that would be created, and this is Governor's Rec number 2, 3, 4, and 6, and JAC approved all those recommendations. Footnote number 5 is just a technical correction, and it actually reduces the special revenue amounts. There's some additional funding in there for their record management system, $5,000 for the Breeders' Award, and then also a contract for contract services, 1 adjustment for market adjustment for salary basis, and then some additional funding for criminal background checks. And then the others are just reoccurring B11s in the budget process, so you'll see this as part of the standard budget in the future, is the $6 million local distribution, local government payments. And at that, Mr. Chairman, if there's no questions, I'd move to close.
Okay, Senator Coe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just generally, obviously it's the first time I've gone through the budget. However, what's the balance sheet? I mean, what's the revenue I see the expenditures, but the balance sheet are they coming? I don't have any idea. It only shows me 1/2 of the equation for what they and the expenses. And obviously in some areas it's irrelevant because it's a service, public service. In this case, it's involved with the operations of the Paramutual activities. And is there any way that a person can see, are they gaining money in the account? Are they losing money in the account, as it comes to what they're bringing in for revenue? And could someone expound on that?
Thank you, Senator Coe. Senator Hicks?
So, Mr. Chairman, the way you do that, and JAC sees this, so if you go to your state budget books, and whenever we bring an agency comes before the Joint Appropriations Committee, it'll have lines in there for the 100 series, that's salaries and benefit, 200, 300, 400, all the way to 6, and then down to 900, which is their contractual service and stuff. But to get to the answer to the question of my colleague from Sweetwater County is you have to pull that budget book up, and it will show you all the way through there what their standard budget is. You can also get onto the SharePoint system on your computer that will show what their previous standard budget was, what the exceptions request, if there any was, and any action of JAC, and then the final budget. And that's how when we go through the budget process, when these agency comes for JAC, we go through every one of those lines to see any changes. We also have the ability to go in there and look and see if they underspent in an area. That's always a highlight to JAC, so they may have underspent on their out-of-state travel. That's tracked different than in-state travel. We then may reduce their standard budget accordingly if they're not utilizing those funds. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would turn it over to the chairman of the Appropriations Committee.
Senator Perkins?
Thank you. And just to follow up on that, Mr. Chairman, if you go, so the individual budget books for each one they're in SharePoint, and you can find those. And we go through those page by page as we go through each agency. But to answer the specific question, we go to page 14 of the Paramutual Commission budget book, and you'll find under section 3, what's called Special Revenue Fund and History. So this is a special revenue fund. And in there, beginning in 15-16, and this is rolling up through the estimate for this biennium that we're in currently, which is the 21-22 biennium, and estimates for the next 2. It shows the beginning balance of that fund, the anticipated expenditures under that unit, what the anticipated revenues are, if there's been a transfer of funds in or out of there because maybe they're making distributions to local government or whatever, then what the ending balances are on those funds. So we do see that information. It does come before us. It is a matter of public record, and you can see that in any one of these if you want. You can come to any one of us on appropriations. We'll help you find the right book. You can go to staff. They have those if you want. You can actually pick up, there's hard copies of the budget book around if you want to actually get a hard copy of any particular agency, but we have a separate book for each agency that we go through and we look at that. So a lot of the information is drilled down into the actual budget presentations. It doesn't get lifted up into the budget bill itself.
So how much money does the Paramutual Commission bring in?
Well, at any given time, the revenue expenditures looks like in that particular special revenue fund, revenue for 15-16 was $3 million, for 17-18 was $4.8 million, for 19-20 biennium was $5.6 million. This one, obviously, we're still in the middle of it, so we don't know. And then, but it is dropping a little bit because we anticipate that something's happening, and there's some additional special revenue funds that'll come out as some of these things break out and they're tracked separately.
Thank you, Senator. Any further questions on Section 38, Paramutual Commission? Any further questions? Absent objections, Section 38, Paramutual Commission is closed. Senator Grew, I want to make sure that I didn't skip over anything. Did we get them all when we were working through you? Okay, I know. I show next one is 43, Dietetics. How do you say that? Dietetics Licensing Board? Is that right? Okay, let's do that one. Senator Grew.
Licensing Board. That is, as say, Section 43, it is the governor's standard budget, although we have, I'm going to make sure I get on my right line here, adopted the Gov's rec for $9,000 for administrative costs. Those appear, like I say, all appear between 83 and 99 on your budget.
Okay. Any questions on Section 43? Any questions on Section 43? Absent objections, Section 43, Dietetics Licensing Board is closed. The next section for our consideration is Section 58, Board of Examiners of Speech, Language, Pathology, and there's more to it. I can't see it.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we open Section 58. Ladies and gentlemen, the Board of Examiners of Speech Pathology and has a $10,000 that Gov's rec that we adopted for administrative costs and $6,000 for DCI background checks for the examiners. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Any questions on Section 58? Any questions? Absent objection, Section 58, Board of Examiners of Speech Language Pathology and is closed. Next section for our consideration is Section 59, Board of Pharmacy.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we open Section 59. Ladies and gentlemen, 59 is the Board of Pharmacy. And there we've adopted a $7,700 governor's recommendation for IT and $10,000 for licensing software. Stand for any questions.
Any questions on Section 59, Board of Pharmacy? Any questions? Not seeing any. Absent objection, Section 59, Board of Pharmacy is closed. The next section for our consideration is Section 78, Mental Health Professionals Licensing Board. Senator Group.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to open Section 78. And members of the 66, Section 78 is the Mental Health Professionals Licensing Board, adopted a governor's recommendation of $39,946 for administrative costs. Stand for any questions.
Any questions on Section 78? Any questions on Section 78? Absent objection, Section 78, Mental Health Professionals Licensing Board is closed. Next section for our consideration is Section 79, Board of Nursing Home Administrators. Senator Group.
Mr. Chairman, move that we open Section 79. Ladies and gentlemen, Section 79 is the Board of Nursing Home Administrators, and we adopted a governor's recommendation of $49,201 for administrative costs and professional contract and support services. Be happy to stand for any questions on this last.
Any questions on section? We should slow it down very slow now because this is the last one. Section 79, Board of Nursing Home Administrators. Any questions? Any questions? Absent objection, Section 79, Board of Nursing Home Administrators is closed. We're back on the bill unless I've missed any sections. Does any member of the Appropriations Committee think I missed anything? Think we're good? So we're back on the bill. Senator James, on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just curious if it was ever looked at for the boards and commissions, if they are utilizing all their positions. So that way they don't have any positions that sit vacant for months and years. So I was just curious if that was ever looked at, not just the last one you talked about, but all of them in general. Thank you.
Senator Group.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a good question. I can find out the exact answer, but as you know, a lot of our supported boards all work out of they have the same staff that works across the board. So a lot of those are similar staffs on our supported boards. The ones that are supported on their own, well, I can check and find out. But I think, as far as I know right now, I think they're pretty lean as far as how they spread out their time. But I will check and get you an answer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator Grew. Thank you, Senator James. Senator Perkins, where do you want to go?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also, just to amplify on that just a little bit, you know, we do a number of things as we go through the budget. You'll see a lot of times you see these appropriations bills here and there, and it looks like we're out of our lane, and in some respects we are, but a lot of times those are bills that we find as we go through the appropriations process, we go through these hearings, we find little tweaks of here and there that they don't make particularly a lot of substantive change, but we find some things that just need to be changed that we find that they're identified. With respect to independent board, with the boards and commissions, both the dependent and independent ones, one of the things that we tumbled on that I think was at least an interim topic we're going to recommend to Management Council we look at is going back to these funds and how they use these funds. We have some boards that have accrued a significant amount of funds. My recollection was that the Board of Real Estate Commission has accrued, they have over $1 million in their account now. And in fact, and interestingly, there's a bill that started in the House that's coming over here because that board is now coming back and in some cases requiring brokers, in the same broker to have two separate broker's licenses. And so there's some things that look at that. So I mean, these are boards and commissions that they assess themselves and they're their own governing bodies, but they do it under the authority of the state. And so we need to, on behalf of those folks that do that, to make sure that there's not abuses. On the other hand, as you look at some of these funds and look at, you become worried that they're not going to be self-funding, and yet they're reluctant to make any changes to their assessments to their members. And so one of the things that one of the suggestions I'm going to make as an interim topic is that we look at least review some of that to make sure and find out which ones and try and see if we can get to some number. Well, how much should they have in their reserve account absent some special reason? Should it be limited to maybe 2 years of operations is a number that's been around, so that you don't have these boards keep, you know, if they don't need the money, maybe they ought to lower the fees to their members and some things like that. So we'll take a look at that. is one thing here, and of course it could be assigned anywhere, it doesn't necessarily have to be with us, but it's just another thing that we found about it. And so a lot of the things we do as we go through these things, we make notes about things we want to follow up on because, it's we're human, it's a human process, it's a human enterprise, and we can always do things better, and sometimes we find some things that need some correction. So we appreciate the questions, and it's important for all of us to look out for our constituents, whether they're acupuncturists or whether they're real estate agents or whether they're physicians.
Okay, thank you, Senator Perkins. Anything else on the budget bill? Anything else? I guess, are you ready for the question? Senator Perkins, I'll go back to you.
Well, we haven't done the Section 300s, Mr.
Oh, we have to do Section 3. Oh, I was just hoping to get out of here. All right, Section 300s. I'm looking for a cheat sheet on that.
Where's our, I lost my cheat sheet.
A new cheat sheet. I forgot about these.
I got mine.
All right, we're now in the budget bill, Section 300s. So we'll just start at the top. Section 300, budget balancer transfers. Senator Perkins.
Thank you. We're gonna, I know you're all really thrilled, but these Section 300s are really
They're a big
important to the
deal.
budget. And it's important that you at least have some basic understanding of what we're doing in these. So starting with, we've got these split up between us, going back to Section 300. 300 is the number of transfers that you come up with. A number of these, you find out that we just do it mostly to make sure we've got sufficient cash flow and some other things, and also some just various transfers that happen. So just starting down through, you'll see in Section 300 under A, the auditor is authorized to transfer to the general fund within the budget reserve account other amounts. These are unobligated and unappropriated. The budget reserve account is another fund that kind of goes with the general fund, and the whole point of that is that we have sufficient cash flow and sufficient float in the budget to make sure that the expenditures we have under the general fund are covered. And so we started a number of these fund transfers and potentially things that go back and forth to make sure we've got enough money. So in B, what you see is of amounts in excess of $115,270,000 shall be transferred to the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account. That's a sweep from the budget reserve. That $115,270,000 is what's called the statutory reserve account. That's set by statute. It has to be 5% of what the anticipated general fund budget is. And so all amounts above that are in the budget reserve account then get swept into the LSRA. It's something that happens, and that's one of the ways that we build up our LSRA. Right now, we think that number may be as high as $257 million at this point in time that may sweep into the LSRA at the end of the budget, the end of the fiscal year. C, as comes back in, it's also for purposes of funding, as you see there, school district major maintenance and school district capital construction. Under I, the school district major maintenance on line 23 is approximately in this budget $98.4 million, and the school lands mineral royalties we're talking about in Romanet 2 is approximately $64 million. Under D, this is enacted into law. What this is, this creates an SFRA, transfer of the SFRA under the current Craig. We think that this will be, you see the number there, for a little over $4 million, or as much thereof from the school foundation bringing reserve account to the school capital construction account. The total amount has to do with, we think this could be upward, this could be as high potentially as $46 million if $90 oil stays. In fact, it varies as it goes along. And you get your F. This is some interfund borrowing that allows the state auditor shall transfer $133 million. You see the number there, and change from the general fund to the strategic investments and projects account. This subsection is effective immediately. What it is we've allocated a number of things out of the strategic investments account. It's actually been overspent, so this makes sure that there's enough money to cover those things. You'll find among those, there's $100 million that we talked about, and we'll talk about a little bit more for these transportation competitive bids we're in for the hydrogen hub and the carbon capture and sequestration. That's also the other $25 million for the porous media research at the University of Wyoming also comes out of the strategic projects account. So this just balances it up so that's not a negative amount in there. In addition, you'll see that we're appropriating, this is where we have the $75 million from the general fund to the Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund there on G. In H, it's also where we're making the deposit of $75 million of the general fund to the common school land account. And for that savings as well. And then you also see $100 million. That's what I talked about above. This is where it comes back. It's tied into this transfer above, but that's that $100 million for the governor for if we get any of these great projects that come through. In addition, you'll see this $100 million there is also to provide the auditor, helps the auditor to manage cash flow for the next biennium. You'll see down at the bottom, you'll see the state auditor intervals is determined by the state auditor to manage cash flow. And that is then to balance, these are to balance mostly the school capital construction account. Right now, the major maintenance for all of that is about $158 million when you add all school major maintenance together. Plus, you'll see in the budget bill when you get here a little bit later, the school capital construction, you'll see, I think, if I remember right, there's about $80 million there for school capital construction. So it helps balance, make sure that there's enough money in the school's capital construction account. Then you drop down to M, and you'll see that there is this is ability to manage funds and manage cash flow. If you know, we budget based on forecasts, and the forecasts don't come in every month. It's not like we have an annuity that pays us a certain amount every month. We have big amounts come in when property taxes are paid, or on various quarters when things happen, and so the treasurer and the auditor have to make sure that we have enough cash so our checks don't bounce. And so that's what these M sections are, that's what M is mostly doing, is dealing with some of those things. So it deals with subsection I, it has to do with state royalties and the interest from the state investments, strategic investments projects account. And it also has to do with the LSRA and also with the mineral royalty grants, the $6 million in there that also from local government capital construction to fund the general funded intervals determined by the state auditor to manage cash flow. So those are mostly a few items there, but mostly what that does is make deposits. That whole section makes some deposits to permanent savings, moves money around to make sure we don't have any accounts that are in a deficit, and also manages and gives some flexibility with respect to cash flow. You'll see some more borrowing authority as we talk about 301, as we get to section 301, which we can go to now unless there's questions on section 300.
Any questions, section 300? Do you have a question on section 300, Senator Hicks?
Good chairman of the appropriations a chance to catch his breath.
That's a good idea. Let's go over to Senator Rothfuss.
Privilege of the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was what it was for. I apologize, Senator Hicks. I apologize.
You may have more.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, may I have privilege of the floor?
Yes, you may.
All right, I just wanted to make double down sure. Members of the body, I would like you to help me welcome today the Wyoming Association of Conservation Districts, who represents the 32 conservation districts around the state of Wyoming. Every year hosts a leadership program for both staff and board members. We have representatives today up here in the galley to your left. If you would help me give them a warm welcome from the Wyoming Senate.
Here, here. Welcome. Welcome to the Senate, and I don't know if you noticed that we have a staffer that you might know, Bobby Franks. So, but she's somewhere. Anyway, welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator Hicks. Senator Hutchings, shall we go to you next?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd appreciate that, and I'd like to exercise my first privilege of the floor this year and direct your attention to the west. And you will see a group of classical conversation homeschoolers that meet once a week. This is an international program, and one of the cool things that I found out just a few minutes ago is that they study Latin among the other basic subjects. So I'd like you guys to welcome them to the floor, to the House, or excuse me, Senate.
Thank you, Senator Hutchings. Welcome. Welcome to the Senate. Thank you very much for coming. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I do have a question for the appropriators, and this seems like as good of a time as any to chat about this particular appropriation. So on page 101 in the G paragraph specifically, which is $75 million of funds that are then put into the Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund, Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund, and you have a similar appropriation to Common School Permanent Land Fund in H. And these were profiled and they've been discussed, but I wanted the opportunity specifically on the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund to talk about whether this is really the best use of those funds. Because when you think of adding $75 million to the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund, the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund's value goes up and down by more than that in a year through investment. It's a very large fund, obviously, and $75 million additional dollars into that fund to some degree seems a little bit like a drop in the bucket. It's a big bucket, it's a good bucket, we love that bucket, but I don't know that anything is going to change by adding $75 million to the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund. You contemplate some of the other programs, the Wildlife and Natural Resource Trust as an example, where we've got some money that's going to the trust fund, $75 million more into that fund, that would be substantial. That would change things and change the nature of that fund. So I was just curious to hear a little more discussion about the philosophy behind these two $75 million going into those large permanent savings accounts that already have substantial investment revenue pouring into them relative to some of the other trusts. And I do like the idea of making sure we keep some of it into inviolate trusts, but how did that conversation go and how is that prioritized?
Thank you, Senator. Senator Guru, are you going to take that one?
Well, I'll start, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, and then I'll let my cohorts try to finish up. But it's a great question, and one that we did discuss at length, and we're of varying opinions on, I can assure you. But the bottom line, I think, was this, and it's great that we have a chance to talk about this because it was something that we thought about a lot. When we had all these ARPA dollars in our general fund and knowing that this was one-time money, with some of the dollars that were converted to general fund dollars, which we could use any way we wanted, it's a substantial amount of money. And one of the things that we as a group decided to do was to take a portion of those dollars and put them into our permanent savings account where they could not be touched for future generations. So that's why we put $75 million towards the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, $75 million to the Common School Land Fund, $85 million to the Trust Fund, Wildlife Trust Fund, which finished off its goal of funding, that got it to where its funding goal was when it started. And then in the last piece was to put money towards the LISRA to get it as close as possible to $2 billion, which is where it was when a lot of us came down here. The last few biennia, we've been spending that down. But the theory was to take that amount of money, and believe me, I think when we started, it was double that or more that we were discussing. And then we went through the whole budget process, and we went back, and our good chairman said, hey, we might have gone too far here. So then we went back and readjusted. But it really was, that was the thought. The thought was to take a big portion of those dollars and put them into something more permanent, more long-lasting. Because as you know, today, it's probably a little less or a little more than 1 out of $4 that is in our budget comes from investment returns. And knowing, and this is one that we can argue and debate, and I sure will sometime, since there is not a big appetite in this body, I think it's fair to say, to raise taxes or even change the tax structure in any way, which, like I say, we could argue. But if that's not the case in the short term, we have to do this because really, in my view, I would argue the point, but if we're not going to change this tax structure, we need to put money into savings because that's where we're generating the most income. And so we don't really have a choice but not to do that. Now, philosophically, like I say, you can argue it, but that was where we shook out on it. And at the end of the day, we felt that once again, and I think this was stated in the beginning, we thought a lot about you all when we went through this process. We thought about the floor a lot. Everyone on the floor. We thought about what we've heard you say in previous years, and what you in amendments, what you've liked, what you haven't liked, what you tried to cut out. And so that was where that led us to that point. So that was the discussion that occurred, and I'm sure some of my friends might want to.
Okay, thank you, Senator Guru. Anybody else want to address that? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, and I think it's fitting we should spend a little time on this because this is one of the fundamental decisions in this budget. I think the worst thing we could do with the surplus we've had is start new ongoing programs that don't have a future funding source. I think we have largely avoided that. This is one of the ways. Yes, we have been successful in our permanent mineral trust fund in building that up so that, frankly, putting 75 million in is not as big as it might be. But if we keep on doing this as we have surpluses, this is our insurance account against ever having a state income tax. We spend on a per capita basis, and I'm not current on the figures, but we tend to spend more than most other states, and we tax less. The reason is that we are unusual among the several states in getting a very high percentage, relatively. I think somewhere around a quarter or so of our income, depending on what you count as income, because you count the highway funds, that sort of thing. But getting a relatively high percentage of our revenue that we need to support our spending from non-tax sources, and building it up this sort of amount at a time, 150 million here divided between the school account, we need the money for that, and the permanent mineral trust fund. We do that when we get the opportunity. It has made quite a difference and will continue to make quite a difference. Now, the balance is we need some in the LISRA where we can get at it so that we can balance our budget if we get a big downturn, which is, given our revenue sources, always a possibility. But if you put too much in the LISRA, then the temptation to spend it on this, that, and the other good idea gets too overwhelming. So we're striking a balance here, and that's worthy of some discussion, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to suggest to you that there is a third need out there. We've got a very successful program in the Hathaway Scholarship Program, whose value is getting steadily eroded as we're not keeping up in terms of the size of the scholarship with the inflation that has occurred in the cost of higher education. I have thought for a good decade that the next time we get a big surplus, we need to put some in there. And I think we do, to preserve the value of that, because that has been very, very useful to the ordinary kids of the state who tend to get cut out of the special programs that are available to the very brightest, and who tend to get cut out of the special programs that are available for those with considerable financial need. And the Hathaway is something we do for the ordinary kids and their families, and that's important. I think we need to do something there. We've got a very creative proposal we've been kicking around, haven't been able to find a way to fund in the so-called Wyoming Tomorrow, which is a Hathaway-type program for those that need some additional education as adults. Some other states have done that. It's been very useful there. we need to consider those things as well. And this budget bill is probably just the way our system works, the best vehicle to do that. So I think we need to consider those things too going forward. And you can put money in those trust funds and have it constitutionally protected the way we're set up, so that it will be a big benefit to the people of Wyoming going forward. And I think that's another leg of the stool I think we need to have. And what I'm hoping is we'll come out of this session with a balance with all three of those. The permanent minimum trust fund and the common school fund, one leg, the LISR account, our explicit rainy day reserve account is another, and then building up some of our education programs that are a major benefit to the citizens of this state, and doing it permanently, not on a one-time basis we can't sustain. I think all of those would be an important legacy from this temporary, and we've got to emphasize temporary, surplus of funds that we have now. So, Mr. Chairman, I think we see a couple of those points here. We've got one more to deal with.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Senator Perkins, did you want to comment on that?
Sure, and just to go back to be clear, there are three $75,000 deposits in this budget. One of them was in the Wildlife Trust Fund when we did that, so there's $75,000 there, 75 million. We call that ARPA-itis. You know, millions, billions. It starts to get crazy after a while. But so equal amounts. That's what we did because this floor has different. You know, obviously. So the number we wanted to set aside was $225 million. That's 75 times 3. Now, there may be varying opinions about where some of that might do more good than others. We brought it out to the floor with 75 in each, and so moving it from one to another, we can have those debates, and they're certainly worthwhile to have. So we came out because we know there's advocates for all three of those funds, and again, it's just as said, you know, we're trying to. This is a significant investment in a forever. This is the far future, and this is how we ensure our distant future. LSRA and some of the other things we're done, investments in infrastructure and things like that, are more kind of interim needs. And then, of course, we're addressing a lot of short-term needs too. And so we're trying to make sure, because this is kind of one time, probably maybe once in a generation type of opportunity we have here, trying to make sure that we're covering both today, tomorrow, and then the distant future as well. So we're trying to, in our efforts to try and do that for you, but at the end of the day, this is your bill, your vote, and how we'll do it how you want, and we'll try and be as clear and transparent as we can, so that where we've made a miscalculation, or we've misunderstood a priority, or maybe our priorities and our personal biases were a little bit different than yours, you can correct us.
Thank you, Senator. Any further questions on Section 300? Senator Land.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to commend the Appropriations Committee. You know, I really like the approach, and I like the explanation that was just given by the chairman. And it sounds like we're going to have a couple of education amendments tomorrow, Mr. Chairman. Look forward to that debate. I did want just maybe a reiteration or a reassurance that we have some flexibility there, either in the SIPA accounts or our LSRA, so that we can respond to the opportunity that we talked about at the beginning of the session, which is all of these federal dollars coming in off the infrastructure bill, and the opportunity that might present to us for our roads and bridges and county roads. And I thought I heard the chairman say that we have that flexibility, that we can provide those matching funds as they come in. So if I could ask that one more time, that would help me. Thank you.
Senator Perkins.
Mr. Chairman, just response, we've been working closely with the executive to watch this, and you'll see a footnote tomorrow. We just finally got the number that they want to have available for matches, and so there'll be another Section 300 tomorrow that specifically addresses that. And so we'll present that, and so we'll have the opportunity to see if we want to do those kind of matching funds. The infrastructure bill is a little bit different as it comes out. There's a lot of funds in there that the federal government will give you some if you spend some of your own. There's some that's worth having and some that are not worth having, and they're not all the same. A lot of them are a 1 to 4 or 1 to 5 match. You put in $1, this federal government will give you $4 to $5 out of the match. There's some that are a 20 to 1 match where you put in $1 and the federal government will give you $20. And there's some that you give them $4 and they'll give you $1. And so it's a mix and a match, and that's one of the reasons why we're beefing up some of these grant writers and some of this other stuff in the governor's offices, because this is going to be a wild ride, and the infrastructure bill lasts for the next 5 years. And we're going to be a wild ride as we all work our way through this, and we certainly need to give the executive flexibility to go for those ones that are very helpful to Wyoming, and to not, and also the permission not to go for the ones that are in Wyoming's long-term benefit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kinski.
So the question that set off what it's been a remarkably productive policy discussion, the question was, does $75 million really make a difference? And I'm reminded of a tremendous deficit hawk when there were deficit hawks in the United States Senate. Everett Dirksen, who said $1 billion here, $1 billion there. Pretty soon you're talking real money. 75 million bucks here, 75 million bucks there. Pretty soon we're talking real money. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Rothfuss.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I appreciate the discussion and the debate. That's exactly what I wanted to kind of hear, is the philosophy. I did want to follow up on a couple of points and concepts. One, the good tall senator was discussing the idea of looking at other permanent funds, and that was kind of what I was exploring, was the idea of, are there places where we could get more bang for the buck? And part of that comes from the idea that with the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund, we're already putting money into it each and every year through the constitutional severance requirement. So it will grow even if we don't have investment income. And honestly, the $75 million, I don't know what that number is, so I'll ask appropriations what we're putting in with the 2.5% this year. If you've got that, it's in the goldenrod somewhere, but relative to the 75 million, that number is even larger. So we're already making that investment. We'll do it next year. We'll do it every year following, in good times or in bad. So that's going to happen. Common School Permanent Land Fund has its own revenue sources, but those are not good. They're not anything compared to the severance. So I understand investing there. But some of our permanent funds, like the Hathaway, don't have any external sources of funding. And it takes these opportunities, like the Wildlife Trust Fund, for us to take advantage of them and invest in them when the times are good, because we don't invest when times are bad. And so I appreciate the discussion there. And with that, the other concept with the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund, I do respect the fact that, $1 billion here, $1 billion there, pretty soon you're going to talk about real money, but I don't know that we even know the value of the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund within $75 million right now. I don't think we have that number, and we haven't known it for at least 4 months. So maybe $75 million is good, but we just don't know, Mr. Chairman, whereas the other ones, I think we can see some real good being done. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rothfuss. Any further discussion on Section 300? Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just to answer a few of those questions, is we got a pretty good idea what's in there because it hasn't changed all that much in the last 3 months. If anything, it may be down just a little bit due to the market vagaries and the downturn that we're seeing right now. But the market value on the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund right now is approximately $9 billion. And so how did we get there? Well, part of that was direct severance taxes going in there, but a significant amount of money that is in there right now, out of that $9.9 billion, $1.7 billion out is investment earnings. And so it illustrates the value of having that amount of money in there, because over a period of years, we have roughly 7.3 that's been mineral severance taxes or direct deposits. And so you go back to the early 2000s, this body, the legislative body, on almost an annual basis was doing additional contributions into that. We also have the statutory 1% that we divert part of that in there. We also divert part of that into common at school permanent land fund. But I think the important thing that I want to draw here is there's $1.7 billion in that account that's investment earnings. That's after we take out the 5% spending policy to help fund 25% of the costs of the general fund side of the equation, and it also funds part of the school side of the equation, because we pull about $200 million plus out of the general fund every year to fund the school side already. So there's funds flowing from both the common school fund, the common school permanent land fund, and the permanent mineral trust fund to fund education. But if we don't continue to add to that, it will barely keep up with just the inflationary cost. And when we get these big downturns, like we may have here anytime in the near future, we lose that revenue source. But just think about that $1.7 billion of investment earnings and how much that's generating at 5% to help fund both sides of the equation, both the general fund and the school side of the funding formulas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Hicks. Is there any more discussion on this first of a very long series of Section 300s that will probably accompany most of the afternoon? Is there any further discussion on Section 300? Not seeing any further discussion. Absent objection, Section 300 is closed. The next section for our consideration is Section 301, borrowing authority cash flow. Senator Perkins.
Thank you. The borrowing authority cash flow is just exactly what it says, the number of borrowing authorities to help assist with cash flow. So under A, that is cash flow from the legislative stabilization reserve account as amounts as necessary to assist states' general fund cash flow. The amounts borrowed shall be repaid with sufficient general fund revenue when is available. So this isn't, it just allows this to manage a little bit to flow in and out to manage cash flow. And that is, it's not for additional expenditure, it's just to manage the cash flow. And then when the cash flow comes in, it's put back. That's never been used. We've put that in the budget for I don't know how many years and we've never used it. But we put it in there just in case. The second one is the same thing, but it's an interfund loan of up to $60 million from the legislative savings reserve account to the school capital construction account to assist in cash flow needs for school capital construction. This one's also never been used, but as funds and as things get tighter and tighter, this is getting closer and closer. There were times last year when they thought maybe they would have to tap a little bit of this for cash flow needs. Again, it's not an automatic appropriation. When those funds are available, they're paid back. It's just really is just to deal with cash flow and make sure, and as the treasurer and the auditor struggle with that. C is the same thing, but it's for Hathaway. And so if there's issues to deal with Hathaway, it helps fund that if there's a little bit of problems there. And so that's what Section 301 does.
Okay, any questions on Section 301? Any questions on Section 301? Not seeing any questions. Absent objection, Section 301, borrowing authority cash flow is closed. Next section is 302, borrowing authority executive programs. Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Section 302 is simply, there's an legislative authorization of the governor to borrow up to $20 million necessary to meet the fund requirements to fight wildland fires. The total, we look and we'll see how this winter goes. It didn't start out very good, Mr. President. It looked like, Mr. Chairman. And it didn't start out very good with water. We're keeping, everybody keeps their fingers crossed every year as we come into the spring to see what that does. But there's up to $80 million for various forms of fire suppression, including this $20 million if we do have a really bad fire year, Mr. Chairman. That's all that is, borrowing authority in an emergency for wildland fires.
Thank you, Senator Perkins. Questions on Section 302? Question on Section 302. Absent objection, Section 302, borrowing authority executive programs is closed. Next section is Section 303, carryover appropriations. Senator Perkins.
Thank you, and that's exactly what these are, some carryover appropriations. Normally, we don't like carryover appropriations. We'd rather have it revert and realign, but because it helps transparency. But this is also a way to be very transparent about these reappropriations. So you see the first one is additional disaster contingency of up to $500,000. That's in the governor's office. And so he would tap this before he starts looking for other money, but that's disaster contingencies in the governor's office. Well, that's still there. We're allowing that to remain there. Capital cases up to $1 million. You see the balance that's already in there where that's the Office of Public Defender in case there's a capital bill. If there's usually the public defender has to pay for those. And we have to, the state has to make sure that the accused constitutional rights are there, and those are very expensive, usually are in excess of $1 million. But this gets us started if there's a capital case, that the public defender can get all the rights, and for that accused, all the rights in the Constitution they have coming, and that it helps ensure that. So we're leaving, that hasn't been used, we're leaving that in there in case it's needed again. So then the other side is also capital cases of other funds. So if there's, notwithstanding these other things, you see there that these unobligated monies are reappropriated to the Office of the Public Defender of another, up to another $187,000. And again, that's for those capital cases. So the two of those together is about $1.2 million, which probably gets you a long way down the road on a capital case. Mr. Chairman, then the next one is group health insurance. The group health insurance program, if there's a surplus in there, we allow that to continue to raise, and they use that for the help with the employer group health insurance for state employees. There's a fund in there, and so we don't, that's basically paid from the payment of those premiums, and we don't appropriate out of it, but we give them the authority to use that money as they need to meet the needs of their group health insurance program under the state. Finally, then coming to E, you see brucellosis. There's money in there for brucellosis, so we've allowed that to be reappropriated, and some matching federal dollars in there to continue to deal with brucellosis testing, travel, and lab costs associated with brucellosis. Livestock enforcement accounts, you see there's carryover $174,000, or as much other that's been that hasn't been expended out of that to be carried over for the law enforcement account. And that becomes also effective immediately. Those are what those are. Again, we had those called out and specifically lined for, so everybody knows that that's happening. And it's not just one that we lose track of, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Perkins. Any questions on Section 303? Any questions? Any questions? Absent objections, Section 303, carryover appropriations
Larry?
is closed. The next section for our consideration is Section 304, employee benefits. Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would move to open Section 304, which I believe is employee benefits.
It's on 108 of the bill.
Page 108. Mr. Chairman, this is just sets in statutory provision in Section 304, the state's contribution to state employees and officials in both the executive, the community colleges, and the University of Wyoming. It is a not to exceed amount. This just authorize the expenditures of up to those amounts for their insurance policies. This is the state's contribution. If there's no questions, I'd move to close.
Okay, any questions? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, this relates back in part to the, how much was the raise that was in the previous Section 300 that I think we're buying a governor's recommendation. So there's an obvious interplay between benefits and that sort of thing. How much was the general raise and what percent is it?
Well, let's get to Senator Anderson. You got a question too, and then we'll pile on a little bit.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is this where the legislature's insurance is?
Senator Anderson, I don't think this is this place.
That is the place?
No, I don't think you're going to find that in this bill or any bill. Senator Perkins.
Mr. Chairman, that's not funny. That's a good senator from my hometown who has a wicked sense of humor. And there is no insurance in here for state legislators, Mr.
And just
Mr.
in fact,
Chairman.
for people listening, we do not get state insurance.
Or in any bill, we do not get state insurance unless you happen to be a state employee or work for a school district.
Or marry one.
Does that, or married one, that's right.
I might have done that.
So just a little bit more on this. So as far, I think what you're asking about in particular is the compensation package that the governors have. And there is, in the packet that you got out towards the back end, you'll find one called State of Wyoming Compensation Package Overview, which gives you some idea of what those look like, where that money's going, and how that's doing. Those adjustments will range from probably a low of 1.4% salary increase to a 7.35% salary increase, depending mostly upon, so it brings you to the minimum of the 2020 market pay. And then there's also a component that then does with respect to merit pay. And that merit pay band, it will most likely be somewhere between 1.4% and up to 7.5% raise for merit. This employee benefits section doesn't have anything to do with salaries. So just to be clear on this, in section 304A sets forth 5 different premium rates that sets a maximum for what they'll pay for their health insurance premiums. And there's 10 in there because one of them's for this year and one of them's for next year. And so it says they manage that based upon what the actuaries and what they think their budget's going to be, but this sets an upper limit where they can't exceed that for those premiums. So that's what all of subsection A is about. Section B has to do with retiree health insurance, and so it's appropriating the amounts necessary to pay for the retiree health insurance. And then you've got some other items in there that provides for the same benefits and allows them to have a little bit of flexibility as they also move back and forth. And then you get the other big section, the idea goes back is in subsection G of that, which is the next biennium. It tells them when they come back, it gives them instructions about when they come back in the next budget, what we expect to see in the benefit package. Again, this is just health insurance for people under the government plan, which is one school district, it's the University of Wyoming, most of the community colleges, and then, of course, the employees from the state of Wyoming, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Perkins. Any further discussion on section 304? Any further discussion? Absent objection, section 304, employee benefits, is closed. The next section for our consideration is section 305, flex executives. Senator Perkins.
Thank you. What we call these what a flex is we appropriate, and generally within the unit level and even into the division level, they have some flexibility about what they do in there. But if the executive branch is going to go beyond those units, particularly if they're going to go from division to division within a single department, or they're going to go from department to department, we allow them certain ability to flex money back and forth depending upon what their needs are. And so this goes through and establishes what those are. So the first one, if you go on page 111, the first one, enrollment at I, is a 5% of executive flex, and that allows the executive branch agency, excluding the Department of Health and Department of Corrections, that they can do a 10% of the total appropriation of that agency. They can flex it within that agency. Then if you turn the page and go to enrollment 2, we also allow the Department of Health Corrections, they can go to 100% of the appropriation of that agency. That big agency has been marvelous in trying to hold down costs over the years, and we give them, we call this a super flex. We allow the director to move that anywhere in the agency he needs, just so that he can balance the needs and balance the budget within that agency. Not all agencies have that. We only give it, then you'll see the other places. Then between executive branch agencies, so the 10% is within an agency. So between branch agency, we also allow 5% of a budget to be flexed between branches, so that the governor can move, if there's not enough in the Department of Audit, he can move money from somewhere else into the Department of Audit up to 5% to cover a shortage or to manage the issues in the Department of Audit. And so we're doing that. We also, between programs, we also restrict some transfers, but that's the whole point. They don't have the ability to just move wherever they want. We give them these limited powers in a few places. We also give, I think we gave in the Department of Corrections, in their footnote, we gave them a significant amount of flex as well. That's it for Mrs. 305, unless there's questions, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions on section 305? Any questions? Absent objection, section 305, flex executive, is closed. The next section for our consideration, section 306, flex judiciary. Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Section 306 is just that same flex. The judiciary is a separate branch of government, and so we give that 5% flex of the total general fund appropriations within the Supreme Court. We give the approval to move that 5% from the general fund appropriations to each district, may be transferred to one or more other district courts. So we give that inside the judicial branch, the Supreme Court judicial branch, which also covers the district courts. We also allow that then from in between the district courts. As we talked about, we have all those different district courts with their own agency. So we allow the Supreme Court to flex money in between those if there's a shortage in one and a need in the other, and there's ability to move that money around. Again, it's just trying to give good managers ability to do with that. That's it for section 306, Mr.
Any
Chairman.
questions on section 306? Any questions? Absent objection, section 306, flex judiciary is closed. Next section for our consideration is section 307. 307 is a good number, I think. Personal services transfer. Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we open section 307. It appears on page, just the word section 307 appears on page 113. The meat of this is on 114, and just want to explain, we were trying here, your JAC was trying to give some guidance to the departments across state government about salaries and about moving money from one series to another, and this is here. The 100 series, as you all know, is personal service. That's where the pay is. That's where the pay and benefits are. And so what we say here, and I'm just going to read it so everybody understands, unless otherwise specifically provided, non-federal fund appropriations for personal services, 100 series, contained in this act shall be not transferred to any other series expended for any other purpose other than personal services. That means you can't take money that we put towards salaries and move it anywhere else. More importantly, or just as important, I guess, after these quotations on statute or any other provisions of this act, non-federal fund appropriations for contractual services, this is the 900 series. These are contracts that we enter into. No money in the 900 series can be transferred to the 100 series. In other words, you can't take contractual money that we've appropriated out here and then move it and use it for maneuvering salaries. It's very important, and then there are some exceptions, and they are listed in B, Romanet 1, 2, and 3 down below, and in C, also an exempt or a little more flexibility for our friends in the executive branch, noting the separation of powers. So that is section 307.
Okay, questions on section 307? Questions? Any questions? Absent objection, section 307, personal services transfers is closed. Next section for our consideration is section 308, major maintenance funding for state facilities, university, and community college. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move section 308. And fellow senators, this is your major maintenance funding. So the JAC adopted the governor's recommendation to separate major maintenance for state parks and cultural resources out. This was just to clean up a B11, and these actions are found on page 114 and 115 of your budget. The other thing, this is our big major maintenance expenditure for all of our state buildings. So the JAC reduced the governor's recommendation of 185 million by 40 million for a general fund appropriation of 145 million and some change in section 308, and that is just the difference between 2.5% and 2%. That makes it the same as what we do for school facilities, major maintenance, and so that's why we made that change. And I would move to close section 308.
Okay, let's get to that see if we have any questions. Any questions on section 308? Any questions? Absent objection, section 308, major maintenance funding for state facilities, university, and community colleges is closed. The next section for our consideration is section 309, Department of Health carryover. Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move section 309, Department of Health carryover. What this involves, I think earlier you heard me talk about FMAP. That's the federal matching percentage. So ordinarily for Wyoming, it's 50%. We put $1 in, the feds put $1 in. For the duration of the COVID crisis, they're putting 60% in, and we're putting 40% in. And that will continue until Washington, D.C. decides that the COVID crisis is at an end. The money will end the quarter after D.C. declares COVID at an end. I'm not sure this administration wants COVID to ever end. So that extra 10% is a considerable amount of money. This is $80 million that otherwise would revert, that we're allowing the department to keep for the purposes laid out here. So first, Romanet I, let's talk about that. Unanticipated Medicaid expenditures, including increased enrollment. there is a string on some of this money, the COVID crisis. If the extra 10% ends, we're gonna have to bear that extra 10% expense going forward. But for the duration of the COVID crisis, the feds have disallowed us to disenroll people from the program. So the enrollment has been going up. So the department would like to keep some money in reserve to reflect that. We're hoping that when the money ends, that prohibition on disenrollment ends as well. Romanet 2, Medicare pharmacy and federal Medicaid clawback provisions. What that is you may remember there was, quite a while ago, there was a new Medicare benefit by the feds called Medicare Part D, a drug benefit. Well, before that, a lot of these people were, a lot of indigents who had Medicaid and Medicare were getting their drugs from the Medicaid program. Once the feds started paying for Medicare Part D, that expense for us ended. And the feds said, but you know what? We want the money you would have spent. It's called a clawback. So they estimate but for Part D, what we would have spent on drug expense for senior Medicaid, Medicare recipients, they claw that money back. Costs, item 3, costs associated with the implementation of Title 25. We're all familiar with the spiraling costs of Title 25. At one point, it was heading to 25 million. Finally, we worked it back down under 20 million, but it's a continuing concern, not just for the money, but for the patients and the families. Next is state facility staffing needs, and this refers not only to the skilled nursing facility at the Soldiers and Sailors Home, but we're having difficulty matching the private market at Evanston and at Lander. And it is becoming a security and safety concern. The shortages are that severe. Children's mental health waiver and care management entity, 2.9 million. This is one of those rate rollbacks that we moderated by putting this money back into that program. Same thing with 6, home and community-based services in the amount of 10 million. This is one of this level 3, stage 3 cuts that we reversed. And then the Medicaid comprehensive waiver. This is the DD comprehensive waiver in the amount of just under $1 million. B, the next condition, expenditure of the funds shall be approved by the governor and reported to JAC. Then C, there's appropriated $14 million to the Department of Health for purposes of matching the amounts reappropriated earlier on in the bill. So recall when I talked about the upper payment limit that the ambulances, the hospitals, the nursing homes, they're assessed $1. The feds match that dollar up to the amount that Medicare would have paid. That's what that $14 million is. And these are all estimates, of course. You don't know from day to day what your full expense is going to be, but that's why they want to keep some of this in reserve. Now this one, D, no funds from this reappropriation in Section A shall be expended by the Department of Health if the expenditure would result in an increase of maintenance effort, maintenance of financial support, or similar federal requirement to expend additional state funds in future budget periods. So special education, parts of K-12 education, and parts of the Department of Health budget, the feds have these rules that essentially you can't spend less next year than you spent last year. Typical of Washington, D.C. And then they have these equity concerns, these equity measures. So what it's saying is don't spend in a way that ratchets that up because there's no going back. And then E, it's our intent that these carryover appropriations not be included in the Department of Health's standard budget for the upcoming fiscal biennium. With that, I'll stand for questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senators. Questions on Section 309? Any questions? Any questions? Not seeing any questions. Absent objection, Section 309, Department of Health carryover is closed. Next section is Section 310, limitation on salary increases. Senator Steinmetz, I got you up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Section 310, limitation on salary increases. And fellow senators, in your packet, we have a handout for you if you want to dig for it. It shows you what Section 10 looked like last year when we did the budget, where we had a limitation, but we had a veto on that. And so unfortunately, that is what allowed some of the salary increases we've seen in this budget that we were forced to ratify in the, in our retirement system, our real estate commission, and the Paramutual commission. We saw some of those movements. And so we're tightening up that language. And just, I'm going to read the language to you. The 2025-26 biennial general fund standard budget for personal services 100 series for each agency shall be less than or equal to the 2023-24 biennial appropriations for personal services 100 series for each agency and all enacted laws, including any calculated amount to continue legislatively appropriated compensation increases through the 2025-26 biennium, and excluding benefit adjustments and allowable personal services transfers pursuant to Section 307 of this act, which was Senator Guru's good section of this act, and documented through the report required by 9-1-10-11C. And there are reports required on page 120. And then you go down in subsection B, that applies then to the executive branch and to the Game and Fish, Department of Transportation, and excludes UW. And section C, it includes the judicial branch. And fellow senators, this is just our attempt to prevent some of those movements within the budget regarding salaries from occurring again. And if there are no questions, I'd move to close.
Okay, any questions on section 310? Senator Land.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry to slow things down. I just had a question regarding paragraph A. I guess I don't recall, it may have happened before, but I guess I've never seen where we have more or less tied the hands of a future biennium. I wonder a little bit, maybe a little discussion about what that is and whether or not we can even do that. That would help me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Land. Looking for someone to leap into the breach, Senator Steinmetz.
Mr. Chairman, I think that we did that. It was the standard language we had in 310 last time that was vetoed, and it did extend into the 23-24 budget, and so it is the standard language we've had in the past. And if you look in your packet, or I will show you this sheet, and I can let you see that for yourself.
Thank you, Senator Steinmetz. Senator Perkins.
Mr. Chairman, this isn't saying that the future legislature can't give raises. It's just saying that when you present your budget, your standard budget will be at the where these are. So what is, you have the budget, they'll go through if the state compensation package, if that's implemented, the standard budget comes back. That's what it is that it'll be that standard budget. There'll be adjustments for the benefits and things, but the pay will come back at that. They can't just all of a sudden make up new stuff and put it into the standard budget when it's presented again in a year. We'll decide, the next legislature will decide what to pay the state employees when they do it. It just has to do with their presentation and the preparation of their budget recommendations to the governor and then the governor to us.
Thank you, Senator. Anybody else? Any other questions on section 310? Any other questions? Absent objection, section 310, limitation on salary increase, is closed. The next section for our consideration is section 311, concurrence with governor's biennial budget development recommendations. Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This one has a number of, the governor came with a number of budget recommendations. This one is a strange, it's a strange year. I think everybody will agree with that. So what we have is, as we come through here, you'll see that it's the intent of the legislature to concur with the recommendations for one-time appropriations contained in the governor's 2023-24 biennial budget. Consistent with his recommendations, one-time appropriations shall not be included in the standard budget for the immediately preceding fiscal year. So we're just kind of looking at these things. There's been, we've had the ARPA bill, we've had a lot of ARPA replacement stuff in this, and so we're trying to do a couple of things. Then continuing on after subsection B, the intent of the legislature is to concur with the governor's recommendations for expenditures of any funds received by the state of Wyoming basically under the American Rescue Plan for the provision of services to the extent of the state of Wyoming's reduction in revenue. So those are the revenue replacements. So we're agreeing with, we're saying we're concurring with the governor's efforts to do that. And then, but when they come back and do the next biennial budget, that they shall replace with all appropriations. If we replaced ARPA money into general fund, as we're able to do under the act, when they come back, they just put the general fund money back in the next standard budget. Everybody doesn't come back with a reduced budget because they used ARPA conserved funds before. We're just trying to make that clear. So then in C, we're talking about specific amounts for appropriated. This mostly has to do with there's about 84 million that's going to go through YDOT for various revenue replacement. So it deals with that, and it also deal with other agencies. And so when we do these things under this, that those expenditures are authorized under this section shall be approved by the governor and reported to the Joint Appropriations Committee. What we're doing is we're trying to encourage the governor anywhere he can. If ARPA funds can be used to conserve state general funds, we're encouraging him to do that. And so we're saying, even though we said general funds in the budget, if there's some other place that we missed or that through lighter guidance or additional legislation allows you to replace other and conserve other general funds with ARPA funds, we want you to do that, and you have the permission to do that. That's what C does. In D, we're talking about specific amounts, and again, that has to do with the ARPA direct money, which was the Senate file we did last week when we had this kind of preview on that. And so we're just saying that the appropriate as much amounts of money from that section 602 money, which is that direct ARPA money, that to the extent that any expenditure of federal funds can reduce expenditure of appropriated general funds in this act by a like amount. So we're saying the same thing there too. So before we were talking about the ARPA conserved money, here we're talking about the ARPA direct money. We're saying if there's some other place and there's ARPA direct money left over, if you can use that instead of general funds and conserve those, and that's permissible under federal law, we want you and give you the power to do that. So we're just trying to make sure that we manage this and you get the biggest bang for the buck out of this and conserve as many state general funds as we can. That's what this section does. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Perkins. Any questions? Senator Hicks, did you have anything more on this section or are you for the next one? Okay. All right. Any questions on section 311? Anything? Absent objection, section 311, concurrence with governor's biennial budget development recommendations is closed. The next section for our consideration is section 312, capital information desk. Give us some information, Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, I move section 312. Members, you'll saw this was a footnote in Agency 6, A&I's budget. This just brings in the footnote and clarifies what that is. This is for one FTE, full-time equivalent position provides for capital complex services and civics education. What the footnote does is just require an agreement between the legislative branch and the executive branch as what those services would be provided, and then what agency we would run those funds through. Mr. Chairman, that's pretty much the footnote.
Okay, any questions on section 312? Any questions? Absent objection, section 312, capital information desk is closed. The next section for our consideration is section 313, school capital construction. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move section 313, school capital construction. And fellow senators, in your packet, we provided you a chart with all the school capital construction projects for your viewing pleasure at this time of the day. I know it's going to be extremely exciting for you. Number one on that chart is the operations for the schools or state construction department, which is the same. There are two branches, the state construction department for schools and the state construction department for the rest of state government, but we did combine that agency. They do work in tandem but separately. So their operations are around $7 million. Another one of note is construction on Laramie 1, Coyote Ridge is $6 million. Unanticipated state construction department costs. There are a lot of costs associated with COVID-19 and escalating supply chain issues and issues throughout with building supplies. And so we added about 4 million for that. Demolition for Fremont 25, the Tonkin Activity Center for almost 4 million. And then we have the major maintenance for 158 million, the engineering and technical service contracts for 5, the Fremont 25 High School Auditorium in Riverton for 8.2, and the 30 million for the 10 Sleep design and construct. And so that's kind of a major overview of your K-12 capital construction. There's also a footnote in your summary sheet on page 61 that you can read through, and I won't take any more of your time on it unless you have some questions. I'd stand for those, and when you're finished, I'd move to close.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, this is an area where we have a major problem going forward in terms of structural deficit. Because this was funded with the co-lease bonus money, and it's gone. And it isn't coming back, and we all know it. And we have attempted on the Senate Education Committee to work with our brethren on the other side on getting something, permanent solution to this. And Mr. Chairman, just absolutely met with a stone wall. The system we've got, we have spent since the Campbell decision relevant to this came down, $3.9 billion. You can make your own estimate of what that spending would have been if the people had had any control over it, had to vote on it with their own taxes at stake. My personal guess is that we would have spent something like 1.2, 1.3 billion instead of 3.9. We've got a major problem here. Right now, we're all right because of the surplus we have. But the instant that goes away, this is going to bust us. We're going to run out of the time when we've caught up with all the needs. We're going to start hitting more needs. We're going to start seeing more expenditures. The history is that they spend way more than we need to, way more than our voters would tolerate if they had a say. We need to do something very different here. And appeal to the Appropriations Committee going forward, this needs to be done differently. It doesn't make any sense to me that this shows up in the operating budget and the state capital construction shows up in a separate budget. They're both capital construction. They're not operations of the state government. Maybe they need to be separated. Maybe we need to just say no for a while until we can get some seriousness in trying to get us out. This Senate has put forward a solution to it in the past, and they just won't consider it. I can't emphasize too much how much this area is trouble going forward. And basically the system we were given, they pried the lid off the pork barrel, we emptied it, and it's going to get us in trouble because the pork barrel source is gone. So, Mr. Chairman, this section is almost caused to vote against the budget bill right here. It's going to get us in bad trouble in the future. I can't emphasize too much how much trouble.
Thank you, Senator. Who wants to get us out of trouble? Senator Perkins.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, as my good friend from, my other good friend from Natrona County, one of my other good friends from Natrona County knows, this bill comes out of a certain committee in a committee form, and the last number of years, this is one of those 7-5 votes that it ends up where it is because 5 senators vote no and 7 representatives on the Joint Appropriations Committee vote yes, and so it ends up in this bill. And so that's the way that is, so that's why this is in that bill instead of a separate bill. For years, we had separate bills that came through, and we, for whatever reason, the other end doesn't want to do it that way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of thoughts, and we've had this discussion every one of the budgets for the past several. I would just throw out that out of each of those districts out across our state where we have put new school buildings in place, I would just remind that your constituents aren't paying any taxes on those and won't for the next 75 years. So for us to leave here thinking that we put a hole in the boat or, you know, we've been extravagant or whatever, I would just point to a couple of the projects that are in this bill this year. One is capacity. I mean, this particular city is growing. We need to periodically take care of putting our school kids in a building. So that's what we're doing here. The other significant building in this budget is we'll replace a school that I think was built in 1931, Mr. Chairman, or 32, somewhere right about in there, about the last time that we raised the beer tax. But please remind yourself that these are assets to those communities out across our state that you're not having to pay any taxes on. You didn't have to float bonds or anything else. We get to be the governor on the golf cart. This is extremely modest when you think about what we, over the past few years, were able to do when we had lots of money. So I would commend it to you. It goes through a commission process. It is vetted by your school facilities committee, and then it goes on to your appropriations committee. So it's pretty carefully looked at. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to ditto everything that fine senator from Casper said. You know, on the School Facilities Commission, you know, we worked hard to keep the absolute lowest expenditures because we knew that there is no coal bonus money anymore. However, at some point, there has to be some construction for exactly what the good senator said, for capacity, and for there are a few of our schools still in our state, as he mentioned, the one that was 31 years old, that just are in dire need of change. The component projects were low as well. The commission, you know, capped that at a certain level. They've got them listed at priority, and they drew a line. It'd be great if we could fund more. However, I think the School Facilities Commission did a good job of limiting what we could do, knowing that we don't really have the funds. But going forward, we will have capacity issues. We will have to build new schools in places that are growing. And we, as the good tall senator from Casper also mentioned, we've got to find a way to replace those coal bonus monies that we've been funding schools with. Whether we go back into a situation where the districts take care of it, then we're going to run into the decisions that the court made, right? So we're going to have to revert to that possibly, and maybe that's what needs to happen. But certainly we will have to start thinking about talking about where we're going to find these funds, because as he mentioned, we've got them for a short time, but after that it's going to be difficult to find funds, I believe. So anyhow, put your thinking cap on. We've got a little bit of time, but the problem is not going away. The structural problem is there, as he mentioned. But let me assure you, your School Facilities Committee is working hard prioritize the projects that do need to go and to try to put a lid on it without devastating our construction, our school construction needs, and frankly, the men and women that work in your trades in your cities. You know, these things help as well as for the job force. So it is a problem. I agree, but I think we've got a good amount in this bill as it is now, and I urge you to support it. Thank you.
Okay, this discussion's been on section 313. Senator Perkins.
I think Majority Floor is going to let us take a break after this section. I just want to say one thing. Section 313 used to come to us in a separate bill. That being said, you can amend this just like you can that bill. I mean, the only difference is now it's in one bill, it's one big bill, but it doesn't mean you can't go in and amend any part of section 313 just like you would if it was a capital construction bill. If you don't like the leases at the elementary schools, you could move to strike one. If you think a lease ought to be added in, you could add another one in. When you go to the construction of the major level maintenance projects, you could go and strike one off and say, or you could add one in. You say, gosh, I got one in my school district that is in dire need, and I don't know why it got kicked off the capacity, you know, and you can do all that. You can mess with section, any part of this bill, but this particular section, you can mess with it just like it was a regular bill and treat it just like it was a regular bill. So that being said, you know, it'd be nice, my preference would probably be that it'd be a separate bill, but at the end of the day, you have the right to amend it and deal with this section just like you would if it was a separate bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Any other discussion on section 313? Anything else? Anything else on section 313? Anything else? Absent objection, section 313, school capital construction is closed. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, let me get to you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to stand to use the gavel for 10 minutes. We'll take a break. Everyone, 5 o'clock is deadline on budgets, so we're not going to be done by then. So you might want to use your 10 minutes to get them in if you need to for tomorrow. So
thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. We'll take a 10-minute break. Let's try to get back to our desk, get going, get out of here. I know, Dick. I'm watching you like a hawk. I'll try to be on time. Let's gather up, everybody. Committee of the whole will come back to order. Find out how many people we have on the floor. Quit moving around, right, Mr. Sergeant at Arms? We're good, we're go. Okay. The next section for our consideration is section 314, mineral severance tax diversion. Mr. Chairman Perkins, we're back to you. We don't have to go to you. Senator Perkins.
Sorry, I was involved in that issue that you and I have been talking about, reading the
It's
answer.
turned out to be a bigger issue than I thought, Mr. Vice Chairman. I'm sorry.
It's expanding exponentially as we breathe. I think we're on 314.
Yes, sir.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd move section 314. And what there's this one, and that's the one that comes behind it are kind of companion versions. And these things, actually, the history of section 314 and section 315 right behind it were was what actually came in, I think, 2017, and it was a way to resolve a budget difference, and it's continued on since then. But this is the concept is pretty easy, but you get lost in the word salad of the bill. What this does, Mr. President, this creates a secondary cap on severance. As most of you know, there's a cap on severance that everything under, when you have severance tax, the first 100, I get them confused. One of them's 175, and one of them's 175, the other one's 155. One's severance tax and the other one's federal mineral royalties. But there's a cap, and everything below that cap was kind of back before they'd earmarked, and it puts all that stuff under the cap in a certain area, and it goes that way. And so once you exceed that first cap, that's when this takes over. When you exceed the first cap in mineral severance tax, this takes over. Long story short, what it does is once you exceed that number, then any additional funds up to $50 million, and this is where you find this on page 130, this is about up to $50 million goes to the school foundation program. And sometimes they used to call it a trip, a slip, and a drip. But so what that does is it just captures 50, if there's when you go above the severance tax, it captures $50 million, and that goes to the school foundation program. After that, then it goes right where under existing statute it would go without that secondary cap. It goes 1/3 to the general fund. Actually, I swapped this came in too. It goes 1/3 to the general fund and 2/3 to the budget reserve account. And so ultimately it divides, and usually this goes into the general fund or the budget reserve, which for most of practical purposes, those are kind of the same thing. They end up being the same place, and at the end of the biennium, whatever's in the budget reserve account, less the statutory reserve account, the 5% statutory reserve account goes to the LSRA. But so what it does, it captures this and it shoves another $50 million into school foundation, and it's pretty much has exceeded most years. So that usually happens. That's what this section does. This was a cram down vote, 7-5 and has been for several years. That's section 314.
Okay, discussion on section 314. Anybody? Any questions? Not seeing anything. Absent objection, section 314, mineral severance tax diversion is closed. Next section for our consideration is section 315, federal mineral royalty diversion. Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move section 315. This is, like I said, this kind of the same thing for FMRs, federal mineral royalties. Same type of thing. Years ago, they earmarked, I think this is 155 million. That's called the cap, and everything below the cap goes to specific places, goes to schools, goes to local governments, goes to highways. That's all been fixed, and it's been that way for many, many years. So what this one does two things. So in the first part of it, in subsection A, it creates this creates a state, this is where we swap, we've done this for years. We use the federal money that comes in and we swap funds around, and by doing that, it makes those funds eligible for other uses. And so we have done this for years. The first part of this just continues that state fund swap. It's been very beneficial to the state because ultimately it takes money and basically converts it to general fund and allows us to use it in different ways. Doesn't affect the highways. It's just there's money there that you can move out and swap on these under the cap FMRs. We've done it for years, and that continues to do that. The second half of it, however, when you get over on page 132, it creates a second cap, and it's kind of similar to what the other one is, except there's no limitation on $50 million. It takes this and it divides, and it creates the amounts which otherwise be distributed to the school foundation account. So once the revenue of this is in excess of 200 million, so I was wrong, it's not 155 million, the first cap is 200 million. Once you above, so whatever comes on federal mineral royalties above $200 million to the state, then from amounts which would otherwise be distributed to the school foundation program account under paragraph 3 of this subsection is there annually appropriated to the common school permanent reserve fund account in the amount to be determined under a different statute. The appropriation will be credited. And so ultimately what that does is it puts more money into the school accounts, into the SPRA account, which is the reserve account for the common school permanent funds. And then it does from there, it does some other things. It also takes, once it does that, so then you get down later on, it says for revenue received under the subsection A, which is the cap money, which is above 200 million of this section, in excess of $459 million for fiscal year 2024, and any revenue received under subsection A in excess of $429,200,000 shall be distributed as follows: 1/2 to the school foundation program account and 1/2 to the budget reserve account. So again, it's taking this, which otherwise be going all to the budget reserve account, it takes it and puts 1/2 of that to school foundation program. And there is no cap. It's not like a 50 million, that's unlimited. That would normally go to the budget reserve account, but this carves off and takes 1/2 of that amount to the school foundation program. Again, that was a compromise that we came to a number of years ago. The reason why this one is particularly important is right now there's not a huge amount of money that comes into this now, but that has the potential to change in this manner. We've all know that one of the federal acts is they've been moving to raise federal mineral royalties on federal lands up to 19.5%. If it does that, and Wyoming continues to receive its 49, or basically its half of those federal mineral royalties, that has the potential to increase the federal mineral royalties received by the state of Wyoming by 50%. We go from 6% to 9%. And so this has the potential to be worth hundreds of millions of dollars in doing this. Now, if you wanted to go to the school foundation program, then that's a wonderful thing. If you want to go to the budget reserve account so that we decide what we do with it, then that's what that would do. So this one in particularly hasn't been a big deal, but it has potentially become a really big deal in the coming biennium if the federal mineral royalties are increased. And so with that, I'll stand for questions on that. This is also a mechanism we've talked about if you're going to funnel money into various other things we've talked about some of those other things. We've talked about Hathaway, we've talked about other things. If you were going to do this as outside of appropriation, this is a place where there's probably substantial ability to move money around. And we bring this to you because this hasn't been understood very well in the past. So we want to make sure that you understand how this works so that when we come back and we're making these decisions with respect to this, that it's a tendency that section 300, we don't worry about it, but this has potential to actually move around hundreds of millions of dollars. So I'll stand for questions on 315.
Thank you. Questions on 315? Any questions? Senator Scott? I can see it coming.
Mr. Chairman, one quick question. Does the raise in federal mineral royalty rates, does that depend on an act of Congress, or is that within the power that the executive branch in DC already possesses?
Well, let's hear from Senator Boner on that. I think he's been working on that issue.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe the exact language is it's a minimum of a 12.5% royalty rate. And there's even a leaked memo or for the next quarterly oil and gas sale lease that had 18.75%. So it seems like that could be accomplished administratively and just as a part of the terms of the next lease sale.
Thank you, Senator Boner. Senator Perkins?
Mr. Chairman, that has been published in the Federal Register, that increase. Now, they pulled that back. My understanding is they pulled that back, but I mean, it's clear that the executive branch of the federal government believes that they can do that without an act of Congress.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any other questions on section 315? Any questions? Absent objection, section 315, federal mineral royalty diversion is closed. Section 316, AML funding reauthorization of prior appropriations. Senator Perkins.
Thank you. I move section 316. What this is, we've done this for years. This continues to deal with some of the prior, if I remember right, their prior balance AML monies. And so what there is left out of this, there's $310,000, and we're reappropriating that and using it. It continued to be used for and available to. That's what it was originally intended for the University of Wyoming for energy graduate stipends, energy science graduate stipends and fellowships. We did this a number of years ago. It's carrying over, and then put some restrictions on the university that they can't use it for something else. That's mostly what it does.
Okay, any questions on section, it was 316, right? Questions on section 316? Not seeing any. Absent objection, section 316, AML funding reauthorization of prior appropriations is closed. Next section is section 317, Enhanced Oil Recovery Commission reappropriation. Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move section 317. We talked about this the other day. This is a carryover. It used to be at the University of Wyoming. We're moving to the EORC and reappropriating it to allow them to continue to use it for their research purposes. But told them they need whatever. Didn't tell them that. We just simply said whatever's not spent for your research purposes will revert at the end of this coming biennium.
Thank you, Senator. Questions on section 317? Any questions? Absent objection, section 317, Enhanced Oil Recovery Commission. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I get that right? Yeah, Enhanced Oil Recovery Commission reappropriation is closed. The next section is section 318, National Board Certification of Teachers, and that's you, Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move section 318, National Board Certification of Teachers. This is something that we covered previously as I went through the Department of Education budget. You will recall that this is a stipend that goes to teachers who obtain this certification, originally started by a not-for-profit foundation that matched the stipend 50%. And your Senate Appropriations Committee, now that that stipend is no longer, that 50% match is no longer available for the not-for-profit, your committee decided that the school district should match that 50% and the other 50% from the state. And this footnote simply effectuates that. Questions?
Thank you, Senator. Any questions on section 318? Senator Rothfuss, let me get you turned on. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I do have concern about this 318 language change, and I understand the motivation. But this has been a subject of a number of pieces of legislation in recent years. And in fact, there was one, I think, 2 years ago, where the amount of money that was provided to the National Board Certified Teachers was decreased, but it was done in sort of a careful manner, recognizing that those that had already gone through the program before recertification had an expectation that a certain amount of money would be paid for them, because that was effectively the deal that they had with the state. So while working that legislation to scale back the total cost of the state, there was great care taken to ensure that we were not backing out on what was effectively a deal that was made between the state and these folks that were getting their National Board Certified Teaching certificate. Now, I recognize that we do have the legal authority to take away the money if we choose to, but just because we can doesn't necessarily mean it's the right thing to do, which was why there was an awful lot of discussion about it when we did it a few years ago and lowered that fee. or excuse me, that reimbursement rate, which is over a 10-year period and is a specific sum of money. What we have here, though, is effectively what I see as legislating in the budget, where we're going back into that statute specifically, and you can see that to the extent that it is 217501. We're going into the green books in the budget to change a reimbursement rate, which is part of a program. And I don't know how or why we're doing that through a 2-year budget process when this was something that went through the entire legislative process a few years ago, and I know how sensitive some members of our Appropriations Committee are about legislating through the budget. So I guess I would ask, why are we doing this way? Why wouldn't it have gone through the Education Committee as we did a few years ago? And what was the discussion regarding the folks that have an expectation of a specific funding level for their 10-year period of time when this effectively reduces it without any prior consultation, vetting, or I assume any testimony? So that's question number one. And the second is, did anyone come in that was a national board certified teacher? Did you receive any email? Because I kind of see this as something that really, the budget's the first time I heard about it, and I have been following that previous legislation fairly carefully over the years. So I do have concern, and I'd like a little more discussion on why we're legislating here in the budget on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Anybody else have a question? Anybody else? Back to you, Senator Kinski.
There's a lot there, but let me start top line with the observation that this Appropriations Committee is sensitive to legislating in the budget. I've never been accused of being sensitive. Doesn't bother me, no. I don't think we're legislating in the budget. We were presented a budget item for $4,000. We halved it. That's the way budgets work. And then we parenthetically told the districts what they already ought to know. You can kick in the other two. As to the statute, I'll take the evening and look at 217501 and see whether we actually have called out that it has to be 100% from the state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Anybody else? Anybody else on section 318? All right. Absent objection, section 318, National Board Certification of Teachers, is closed. The next section for our consideration is section 319, employee compensation. Senator Hicks. Senator Hicks, is that you? I'm sorry, 319, employee compensation.
Mr. Chairman, I move section 319, employee compensation. Members of the body, the chairman talked about this earlier when there was a cost discussion on the health insurance benefit. This is where the governor's recommendation comes in for state employees and the employees of community colleges, university, and then also the judiciary, particularly the Supreme Court. So what we have in here is an appropriation of $54 million from the general fund. The way that's broke out in section 1, it'd be $31.4 million would go to the executive branch employees, $13.6 million to the University of Wyoming, $7.2 million to the community colleges, and about $1.8 million in increases in employee compensation programs for the Supreme Court. You do have a handout that we give you earlier on your desk if you want to go through how that's broken out. There's 2 different tiers on that. Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to reiterate that, but you do have that on your desk that talks about how that would be distributed amongst the different sectors. Some of it's a standard increase and some of it's merit pay. But Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to go through that handout. You have it on your desk, but I would stand for any questions. If there's no questions, I'd move to close.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions on section 319? Senator Scott, I'll get you turned.
What's that average raise on a percentage basis of salaries, and how does that compare with what's going on with the consumer price index currently?
Anybody? Hold on, Senator Hicks, I don't have you turned on yet. Go ahead.
If you go to your handout, it'll say State of Wyoming Compensation Package Overview. It'll provide you some of those numbers. So under the step one is an adjustment in pay tables to 2020 market. For those that are behind, which is about a 25% below behind the workforce, would receive that. Step two gets to an adjustment with this step ranges from about 1.4 to 7.35% increase in salaries. I think is to answer specifically my colleague from Base Creek's question. Mr. Chairman, I stand for any other questions on that.
Thank you. Senator Brewer, you want in on this, or you get to the next one? Go
Well,
ahead.
no, just to follow up just a little bit, and just say, it's really important that we make sure we talk in the right terms, and as the good senator laid out, that the percentage number is a little bit of a misnomer. It's a market adjustment, and it's a market, there is a full study that came out of A&I that is available, and we can get it to you, that talks about how it goes through each pay band, and to make market adjustments for each job classification. So we're trying to hit at each job. So, using percentages is a little bit tough to do in this particular case because it's not even across the board. There is a formula about it. So I just wanted to let that out there.
Thank you, Senator. Anybody else? Any other questions on section 319? Section 319? Anything else from you, Senator Hicks?
Percentage, on average, it would be about 6.62, but the way that actually shakes out, based on what my colleague from the Teton County said, that could range anywhere from 1.4 to 7.35%.
Thank you, Senator. Anybody else on section 319? Anybody else? Absent objection, section 319 employee compensation is closed. The next section for our consideration is section 320, capital wayfinding. And to explain that, it's going to be Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And wouldn't you figure, I get to move section 320.
Could be 420.
I know, but it's 320 today, at 420. What this is about is $2 million to be specifically taken from the reserve account in the tourism budget and put towards capital wayfinding. This was an ask from the Appropriations Committee to the Board of Tourism. The Board of Tourism happily agreed because they felt that this is in itself, could be even more of a major tourist attraction than it is, and that we know that in future years, with a good wayfinding system, that it will be, and that the investment that's been made by this body and this building up to this point will be augmented with a good wayfinding system. Total cost of this over time is going to be higher than this, but this was just an initial down payment from that fund. And I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Senator Guru, would the tourists come here to see the old fossils in the Senate?
As a matter of fact, yes, on display at this very moment.
Thank you. Any questions on section 320? Any questions on section 320? Absent objection, section 320, capital wayfinding is closed. Next section for our consideration is 321, energy matching funds. Senator Perkins, looks like you're back up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move section, introduce to you or move section 321, energy matching funds. We've talked about this several times. This is appropriated to the Office of Governor $100 million in the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account, which is actually, we did that with conserved ARPA that we're depositing in the LSRA to cover this. But this is the opportunity to federal or private. This appropriation is for the purposes of providing matching funds for private or federal funding for research, demonstration, pilot projects, or other commercial deployment projects related to Wyoming energy needs, including but not limited to carbon capture, utilization, and storage, carbon dioxide transportation, industrial carbon capture, coal refinery, hydrogen production, transportation and storage, hydrogen hub development, biomass, so basically all of our energy resources. But we're looking in particular, as we've talked about, there's two large projects coming out of the transportation bill that are competitive across the country. Hydrogen hub, the other one is carbon capture and sequestration. The governor's been working hard on this in the hydrogen hub with some 3 neighboring states. We're working, the carbon capture is probably either going to be here or down in New Mexico. And so it's those two projects. When you go and you have to have this money available when you make the application for the competitive grant. And so we have to demonstrate in this bill that this money is available and ready to go, and that's why it's here. These are things that have the ability to both extend and significantly change much of our energy industry well into the future. And so this is what this is about. The addition of that, there's one other one that came to us a little bit later. We also allow under this $8 million is appropriated for coal refinery research and pyrolysis demonstration on a large-scale project. That's phase 2 of this thing. Again, if we talked about this brick over here that's on my good friend, the second oldest senator from Natrona County's desk. That's an example of this coal refinery is finding alternative uses for coal other than burning it for fuel. And so that's an example of one of those uses. This is $8 million is enough to get that to stage 2 of the research through the School of Energy Research. And if it gets through stage 2 and is successful, we believe stage G will have a significant interest from the industry, and there'll be significant industry and private investment in stage 3, which is the final prove up and demonstration scalable model. So with that, that's section 321.
Okay, any questions on section 321? Any questions? Senator Rothfuss, let me get your lid up. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I very supportive certainly of 321, but there's a laundry list there, but it does have at the end of it, or I guess the beginning of it, related to Wyoming energy needs, including but not limited to, and then it's carbon capture, et cetera. I don't see anything specifically or explicitly saying anything about lithium projects or thorium projects or molten salt reactors. I mean, there's a lot of other projects that are being explored within the state that are, again, relevant to the state's energy needs and our energy portfolio that aren't on the long, explicit laundry list. So my question is that okay? Should we be amending those in so we have a complete list? Are we very serious about including but not limited to? Because I want to make sure that we're not going to end up in a situation where we have an opportunity, for example, for a matching grant of $20 million from the National Science Foundation on a great molten salt reactor project, and then all of a sudden this is looked at and the answer is, well, it doesn't say molten salt reactor, so we can't do that project, as just an example. Thoughts?
Anybody else? Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to address that. I think it says including but not limited to. So I think that gives us the flexibility to be able to pursue those other projects.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Perkins.
Mr. Chairman, the list is long. It's not meant to be exhaustive, but the effort is as you look at this, it's an all, Wyoming has adopted an all above the energy strategy. And so if there's a couple other items you want to add to, I don't know that it's specifically geared towards these two projects that are part of the transportation bill, but that doesn't mean that there may not be other things that come along in the next 2 years that the governor's office thinks are significantly, are projects that are potentially game changers for Wyoming's energy industry. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Perkins. Any other questions on section 321? Any other questions? Not seeing any. Absent objection, section 321, energy matching funds, is closed. The next section for our consideration is section 322, RMP project accounts. Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would move section 322, members of the body. This just allows the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund to receive some funds from an account that would come from Pacific Corp. Has got some money that they.
You mean a large electric utility?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. My favorite large electric utility to the west, or not, Mr. Chairman. So what this would do is they incurred some fines that have to be paid out. This money would be credited to this account, and then the Wildlife Natural Resource would distribute those back to do some of the mitigation work underneath those fines that were levied. So that's all that does, is allow the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund to set up an account to receive these monies.
Thank you, Senator.
Stand for any questions.
Any questions on section 322? Any questions on section 322? Absent objection, section 322 RMP project account is closed. The next section for our consideration is section 400. Senator Perkins.
Date, well, and also as an effective immediately, I would note that there is a technical error in line 7. I see amendment to correct it. That should be 2020, should not lapse until 2024 instead of 2022. But anyway, we'll.
In the old days, we used to let you approach the desk and make that correction.
So anyway.
We'll probably need an amendment on that tomorrow.
Yep.
Okay. Any further discussion on section 400? Any discussion on section 400? What should I do now? Absent objection, section 400 is closed. Back on the bill. Are you ready for the question? Are you sure you're ready for the question? Question being called. The question is on Senator Perkins' motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, that it do so with a do pass recommendation on Senate File 0001. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Senate File 0001 has passed committee of the whole. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
A quick explanation, and then we'll do the report. Folks, we're gonna rise and report, go out, we'll go back, right back in on the other side, and we will take up all the way through 102 before we quit. So whatever time that takes, we're gonna go ahead and run that line out on the board. So, Mr. Chairman, I move the committee of the whole rise and report.
Okay, you've heard the motion. What is your pleasure? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The committee of the whole will rise and report.
That's whether it's appreciated or not, that's the most actually, it kind of made me feel kind of small. That's all we could do, fix for.
Ropes committee too, right?
Huh?
Ropes is committee too, right?
Yeah.
Been a long time since I've been there.
Reading clerk will read today's committee of the whole report.
Mr. President, with respect to the budget bill, SF1, Senate File 1, the Committee of the Whole heard explanations as follows. Section 81 closed, Section 85 closed, Section 90 closed, Section 96 closed, Section 98 closed, Section 101 closed, Section 102 closed, Section 103 closed, Sections 120 through 143 closed, Section 151 closed, Section 157 closed, Section 160 closed, Section 205 closed, Section 206 closed, Section 211 closed, Section 220 closed, Section 270 closed. The following sections were opened, then closed en bloc. Sections 12, 16, 17, 22, 28, 30, 31, 34, 35, 36, 46, 52, 54, 56, 61, 62, 64, 65, 68, 75, 83, 84, 251, and 252. Section 18 closed, Section 19 closed, Section 33 closed, Section 38 closed, Section 43 closed, Section 58 closed, Section 59 closed, Section 78 closed, Section 79 closed, Section 300 closed, Section 301 closed, Section 302 closed, Section 303 closed, Section 304 closed, Section 305 closed, Section 306 closed, Section 307 closed, Section 308 closed, Section 309 closed, Section 310 closed, Section 311 closed, Section 312 closed, Section 313 closed, Section 314 closed, Section 315 closed, Section 316 closed, Section 317 closed, Section 318 closed, Section 319 closed, Section 320 closed, Section 321 closed, Section 322 closed, Section 400 closed. With respect to the budget bill, Senate File 1, the Committee of the Whole took action as follows. Do pass. Senator Case, Chairman.
Senator Case.
Mr. President, I would move today's actions on the budget bill.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Motion carried, and the report has been adopted. Thank you, Senator Case.
Thank you.
Mr. Majority Floor Leader, we're at that order of business, consideration of bills on general file.
Mike, I have a re-referral first. You guys used to hearing this yet? Mr. Chairman, barring objection, I would like to have Senate File 79, prohibition on private funds for conducting elections, re-referred from Committee Number 7, Corporations, to Committee Number 2, Appropriations.
Absent objection, Senate File 79, re-referred from Committee Number 7, Corporations, to Committee Number 2, Appropriations.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into Committee of the Whole.
Okay. Absent objection, that bill has been re-referred. All right, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Senator Wasserberger, you're back in the saddle.
Thank you, Mr. President.
It's fine, it's fine. Boy, this seat is really hot. Committee of the Whole will please come to order. The first bill for our consideration is Senate File 53. Would the reading clerk please read the bill?
Senate File 53, Local Government Liability Pool Amendments, sponsored by Senator Nethercott, an act relating to the Local Government Insurance Program. It was referred to Committee Number 1, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Cooper, French, Kolb, Cost, and Nethercott. Senator Nethercott, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the due pass recommendation of Senate File 53. To explain this bill, I'll call on myself. Good senators, as you might recall, this is a very simple bill, considered a fix-it bill. Again, as a reminder, what the bill does not do, it does nothing with governmental immunity damage caps. It doesn't touch those whatsoever, nor does it expand or reduce application coverage of our local government liability pool. What the bill does do is it fixes an error in statute that limits the ability of the LGLP program to pay payments in greater than $500,000, which of course we know it needs to do. Hearing that you're ready for the question, I would ask for your favorable consideration and aye votes. A little bit more answers to those questions. So the bill does not raise liability caps, one. So those stay, 250, 500, and $1 million. The current statute actually prohibits payment above 500,000. Therefore, the statutory cap of $1 million for medical health care professionals actually probably shouldn't be paid out by the fund because that would be in violation of statute. That's why it's considered a fix-it bill, because of course they need to pay that coverage because that's the amount of exposure for liability. So what we're doing is we're actually fixing the statute associated with that error as a result of failing to modify it when we added healthcare liability in the late 90s. Fix-it bill by all involved. It's not exciting. There's no black helicopters despite hearing them today.
Discussion. Are you ready for the question? Question being called. All those in favor of Senator Nethercott's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a favorable recommendation that Senate File 53 do pass, please say aye. Opposed, no. Senate File 53 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 68. Would the reading clerk please read the bill?
Senate File 68, Decentralized Autonomous Organizations Amendments, sponsored by the Blockchain Committee, an act relating to corporations, was referred to Committee Number 9, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes Senators Anderson, Cooper, Rothfuss, and Wasserberger. Excused Senator Beitman. Senator Anderson, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Anderson?
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 68 do pass. And to tell you about this great little bill, Senator Rothfuss.
There are no amendments. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Senate File 68, Decentralized Autonomous Organizations Amendments, is the work of the Blockchain Select Committee during the interim. This is what is effectively a cleanup bill. So we passed the first legislation that enables a decentralized autonomous organization in the last legislative session. And that legislation went into effect July 1st. Since that time, around 200 of these DAOs, as they're called, decentralized autonomous organizations, have been registered through the Secretary of State's office. I'll remind the chamber that this is an addendum to our LLC statutes that were already existing, and it's a supplement to them. So you can opt to be a DAO within the LLC structure or not. And in fact, you could still potentially be a DAO within the original LLC structure. It was enabling and permissive, but it provided clarifications for entities that wanted to utilize this type of decentralized autonomous organization structure, which basically means that some portion of the responsibilities of that LLC are going to be managed through algorithm, through computer code, typically on a blockchain through smart contracts. So that was the concept, and that's legislation that's already passed. We passed that last year. This bill, which is similar to the way that we've approached a lot of this work since it's first of its kind, is a revision bill where, based on feedback from industry stakeholders that are operating within this space, we have refined our previous draft, improved it, clarified language, cleared up ambiguities, and strengthened a couple of provisions that folks were concerned with. So once again, I'll say this isn't providing any new significant changes to policy. This is already policy that's in place. This is a series of improvements that is based on stakeholder feedback that we've had, Mr. Chairman. So briefly walking through it, on page 2, there is a change to the way majority of the members is calculated for eligibility and participation. There is a small change to membership interests where, rather than it being a share, it's a right within the decentralized autonomous organization structure, and it's ascertainable from the blockchain. There is a change to the definition of smart contract, which simplifies it a bit and clarifies that it's relying on a blockchain. On page 4, there's some change to the definition and election of decentralized autonomous organization status. So this is an indication of to what extent the management will be conducted algorithmically. The previous build seemed to imply that there were sort of two options. One was algorithmically managed, the other was not. That was not intentional, but that was how it was being interpreted. This makes it clear that you can have a continuum of possibilities for algorithmic management. On page 5, there's a new provision within the formation language that requires that if the articles of organization filed pursuant to subsection E does not include a publicly available identifier, then the person filing shall have 30 days to provide that, or the Secretary of State shall dissolve the decentralized autonomous organization. That was an occurrence, an event that was taking place where there was ambiguity within the Secretary of State's office. They didn't have the authority to dissolve it when they weren't having complete paperwork, so this gave them that authorization upon the request. Page 6, additional conforming amendments with the operating agreements, some small changes. On management, the bottom of page 6, there is clarification that all smart contracts utilized by a DAO shall be capable of being updated, modified, or otherwise upgraded. Our original language was not technologically accurate, so there were some concerns within the stakeholder group. Page 7, some minor provisions that conform to language and clarify. Page 8, a discussion following up on page 7 about how dissociated members would be treated upon dissociation. 8, clarification about withdrawal, where there's some further clarification on 8, going on to page 9, where, and again, I'll just reiterate, any of these provisions can be overruled through the operating agreement or through the articles, but these are default provisions, so there was a desire to have clarification under circumstances where the operating agreement and smart contracts for a decentralized autonomous organization do not specify the manner by which a person becomes a member or withdraws membership, and it provides that explicit clarification. Bottom of page 9 onto page 10 is dissolution, and this was another new provision that was identified as being essential to update. In the previous draft, the Secretary of State had the ability to administratively dissolve a DAO upon certain circumstances and upon request. They were uncomfortable with that. They wanted it to go to a court of law, so this was amended whereby you can see in the C paragraph, any interested party may petition a court of competent jurisdiction if that DAO was not living up to some required standards. And the standards in this new legislation make it very clear that the DAO has to have a human in control, which is a concept from artificial intelligence that was requested by a number of stakeholders. With that, Mr. Chairman, again, it's cleanup and clarification, despite the fact that there's some complexity to that cleanup and clarification based on best practices from a working group that met about 9 times during the off-season, made recommendations, and this was the synthesis of those recommendations. I'd be willing to and happy to answer any questions if there are any. Otherwise, I'd call for the question.
Discussion. Senator Perkins.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, just a quick question. Years ago, when we first started down this, and maybe I'm mixing an apple and an orange, but when we talked about this and we started talking about tokens, and we said that they couldn't be securities. And so when we talk about this and it starts to become this blockchain, which isn't exactly a token, but how close are we encroaching upon this idea that because it's not a coin, it's not really a token, but it is still a blockchain, that this identity of a member. Now and so we're providing for this transfer, and you transfer the right in this blockchain which is part of the smart contract. It's very much like essentially equity in the company, and so just want to make sure that we're not encroaching upon the general prohibition with respect to these things and securities.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's, if I can answer the question, I don't think it has anything to do with securities. The bill, really what it has to do is a different type of form of corporate governance and how that governance is controlled. And so when you're talking about sharing or transferring your interest in the DAO, it's similar to transferring it's the same in essence of transferring your interest in an LLC or other type of corporate structure, as opposed to a publicly traded security or even privately traded security. So it's your interest in the business as an owner of the business.
Further discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of Senator Anderson's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 68 do pass, please say aye. Opposed, no. Senate File 68 is passed committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 99. Would the reading clerk please read the bill?
Senate File 99, Public Monies, Deposits in Credit Unions, sponsored by Senator Nethercott, an act relating to public funds. It was referred to Committee Number 1, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Cooper, Kolb, Cost, and Nethercott. Excused, Senator French. Senator Nethercott, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the do pass recommendation of Senate File 99. public money deposits in credit unions. Good senators, the bill is simple in that it allows for the deposits of public monies to be placed in credit unions. And you can just see that simple addition to our state statute that identifies where our government entities in the state can deposit their funds. We heard both last year that this bill has come before the legislature for a long, long time. Its failure to pass really, I think, has to do with the relationships that we have with our current deposits, location of where our public deposits are currently located, as opposed to any other pragmatic or legal reason associated with that failure to pass. So we heard a practical challenge, and that challenge has continued, that there is no bank in some of the small towns in Wyoming, particularly one in Fremont County, where they receive deposits, daily cash deposits, sometimes upwards of $20,000. And so what do they do with that? They put it in their local safe. And then an employee of that municipality, the town, has to then drive into the larger town of 20 some miles every night and make those deposits. And so that creates an unsafe situation for that employee. And also the town is not large enough to have that kind of flexibility for that employee to travel back and forth. So that's the practical need. And we heard testimony from that town, and it truly is there. And they have a credit union across the street where they would like to deposit those cash deposits on those funds. It would make their lives significantly easier and the security of those funds much safer. So there is a practical need. And then there's just the reality and the legality of it, of why, as I hear so often, and I hate this saying, but I'm going to use it, we are actually picking winners and losers when it comes to public deposits, and where our public entities, our state, local, city, counties, choose where they want to bank. And so there's no reason for that to be restricted from credit unions. Credit unions would still be subject to the same requirements of any other financial institution for public deposits, so they have to have the same safeguards and securities. It's my opinion, it's constitutional. You're going to hear argument. I won't take it away from the good senator from Bates Creek. I know he wants to present it. I'm prepared to respond to it. I believe that the bill is completely lawful and constitutional in every way, and I look for your favorable support.
Questions? Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question, and it's, is the National Credit Union Share Insurance Fund as sound as the same like institution that protects our deposits in our local banks? Is it the same level of security there? Because that's what I've heard is one of the drawbacks to this as far as just safety of funds. So that's just a question I have. Thanks.
Further questions? Senator Furphy and then Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, of course, I have concerns about this, but let me ask one question. Seems to me there could be a problem. Most credit unions are owned by the depositors. So in this case, public money, they would probably be the largest depositor going into a credit union, meaning they would be the largest shareholder in that credit union. So that seems a little bit of a problem. Public money going into an institution that's owned by the depositor. So I'll ask that question. And then secondly, my concern is credit unions pay no taxes. No sales taxes, no federal taxes. So I just don't think it's equal with other institutions that fully pay taxes. But I have those two questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott. I'm sorry. Let's go let's go to Senator Scott, then we'll go to Senator Nethercott.
Mr. Chairman, I was on Corporations Committee a number of years ago. The same problem came before us, and we developed a bill that I think is very similar to what we see here today. And we were unable to proceed with it. The argument that we ran into, and I forget which set of attorneys was that put a stop to us. Maybe one of the other members that's here from that era on Corporations Committee can remember the exact fate of the bill. But we were all enthusiastic we'd fix this. And one of the problems with our state constitution is there are a number of special interests that have their monopoly protections built into our constitution. And this is one of them. Article 15, Section 7. All monies belong to the state or to any county, city, town, village, or other subdivision therein, except as herein otherwise provided, shall, when practicable, be deposited in a national bank or banks, or in a bank or banks incorporated under the laws of this state, provided, and then it goes on about furnishing security and that sort of thing. Mr. Chairman, we would have loved to have gotten this done. And as I remember, the argument was that if you did it, you'd simply have it thrown out in court because it violated the Constitution. And, you know, never underestimate the power of attorneys to get around provisions of the Constitution. And I would love to hear how they've succeeded in evading that, or whether we are eventually going to have a constitutional amendment on this. Clearly, we ought to do what the bill says. We would have loved to have done it a number of years ago, and I said we're persuaded that we could not. And I forget exactly the mechanism, whether, I don't think we passed it, it got vetoed, but I think the attorneys convinced us that that's what would ultimately happen. It would be vetoed or thrown out by the courts. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm dying to hear the explanation of how we can do it now.
Senator Nethercott. Senator Dockstader.
I'm thinking we can collect a few for the good Senator Nethercott to respond to. I'm contemplating this tax situation. So if they're not doing income tax, they're not paying taxes. In a roundabout way, isn't that subsidizing that operation, that credit union? Personally, I'm rather bothered by that, because we're going to pull funds out of banks who are paying their taxes in viable parts of the community. They're not being subsidized. They live the real regulated world. I liken it unto got media operations. When I go on the airwaves, one of my biggest competitors is the subsidized airways of state government. I have to go straight up against someone who's subsidized, who gets a check from the state, gets all this help to go to work and do a broadcast every day. I live the real world of just going out and trying to sell an ad. I'm not subsidized by anyone. So aren't we subsidizing this? We move it over to credit unions, we move it over to a subsidized operation. I'm against the bill. Thank you.
Further discussion, Senator Nethercott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To take them in order, one, the concern about taxing, 100% true. It's a federal decision. We can't fix it. I suppose we could maybe try to tax the credit unions. But if we're trying to pick winners and losers by fixing the failure to tax the credit unions by prohibiting government entities from using them for public deposits isn't the right tool. In effect, we are admitting that we're trying to give an advantage to banks when it comes to public deposits in order to compensate for the fact that they are taxed. I see the point, But this is not that vehicle. This is not that space. In order to get credit unions taxed, I would urge the great power of our great banks to get that accomplished. Certainly we want that revenue. But that bill, this is not what this bill is about. It's not about taxes. And I agree that it's a problem. To go to the good senator of Teton County, whether or not credit unions are backed similar to the way banks are, they are. They have the full faith and credit of the United States. And they have that insurance. And most notably, not just any credit union could be approved for public deposits, but our Board of Public Deposits would approve whether or not they would even qualify to be considered to be a recipient of public funds and for those deposits, just like our banks are. So there's many state banks that maybe should not receive public deposits because they don't have enough collateral, they're too small, et cetera. And so our Board of Public Deposits would make those same safeguard checks associated with whether or not they're approved to receive those funds. That still would exist. Concerned about credit unions are owned by members. They are. It's a different organizational structure in that way, but they do allow for the deposits of non-member funds, and those have to be secured. So I think that's very important to know that just because something is deposited, a public fund is deposited into the credit union, does not now mean that all the other members of that credit union own those funds. I certainly don't feel that way about my own financial activities with those particular credit unions. So I think that that's disingenuous. I also, would push back on they're owned by members. Yeah, well, those members are here in our own state at least, instead of some of our national banks where our public funds are currently deposited now. Those shareholders are global shareholders that try to influence much of our economy here in Wyoming through their shareholder decisions and their board decisions, right? So at least it's closer to home, those members, for where our public deposits may be located. Now, to the big question of the day, to the constitutionality of this issue. So our Constitution was created in 1870, right? 1889, when we were seeking statehood around that time. Did credit unions exist at that time? And the answer to that question is no. So when we go look at the intent of the constitutional provision, as the good senator from Bates Creek pointed out, and we break it down, and its concern is depositories for public monies. All money belonging to the state or to any county, city, town, village, or other subdivision therein, except as herein provided, shall, comma, highlight, bold, underscore, big letters, wherever practicable. Hey, we're pretty pragmatic here in this great state. I mean, if it's practicable, go ahead and put it in a bank. But if it's not, don't worry about it. Maybe the wagon will hold, maybe the saloon, maybe the Capitol, wherever might work. So if it's practicable, it shall be deposited in a national bank or banks, or in a national bank or banks, or in a bank in which such money is deposited, shall furnish security to be approved by law, et cetera, et cetera. So the issue is, does that prohibit us from allowing public funds to be in a deposit? And I would submit to you the answer to that is clearly no. And when we go back and we look at the definitions at that time of a bank, it has to do just with the holding of financial monies for the purposes of deposits and securing those funds. Absolutely consistent with the definition of a credit union and how a credit union operates. Furthermore, and potentially adding to our profound hypocrisy over this concern, was that in 1977, we added to the statute the ability of public funds to be deposited in savings and loan associations, not banks. So we've already crossed this Rubicon. Somehow no one challenged it to figure it was unconstitutional. And so public funds can be deposited in savings and loan associations. We heard great testimony about those particular associations. Evidently, there's only one still in existence up in the Bighorn region. I'm unfamiliar with those types of business structures for financial institutions, but they are allowed under statute. So again, when we go back to the intent of the framers of the Constitution at that time, what they were really concerned about was the security of the public deposits, right? The security of those funds. When practicable, that's what they were seeking. And so certainly these credit unions that are subject to national standards, subject to the approval of our own state Board of Deposits, our own state treasurer, that they meet those same parameters. And so there have been previous opinions from our attorneys general that are consistent with that information that I'm providing you. And so, I believe it's constitutional. I don't believe there's any concerns. If it is not constitutional, then we need to immediately remedy our unconstitutional actions that have been on the books since 1977. For goodness, we are in clear violation. So for that, good senators, I would ask for your support of this good little bill, and let's put this issue to bed.
Senator Case.
Well, I'm overwhelmed, Mr. Chairman. I didn't know that deposits could be made in credit unions without you being a member of the credit union. And that's what I had just heard from the good chairman. And the reason I was concerned about the ownership, the state being a member or part owner of a credit union, is because of Article 16, Section 6, which says that neither the state nor any county, city, township, town, school district, or any other political subdivision shall, and then Romanet 2 is subscribe to or become the owner of the capital stock of any association or corporation. So I recently became a member of a credit union, and I made a $25 deposit, but I had to pay $30 for my membership. So I mean, $5 more to make 30 for my membership. Glad to do it. I love credit unions actually, but I thought all depositors were the owners. So I need to understand, or they're members. So I didn't know there was an exception. I'd like to know more about that.
Further discussion, Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy to provide more information about that. I mean, other than simply that they don't have to be members to make those public deposits, and the credit unions allow for that. I think notably you might recall, and others in the room might recall, that the federal administration in the 90s significantly changed the scope and limitation of credit unions. They used to be very much member-driven. And so you had to belong to a different type of group or location in order to qualify. All of that has been eliminated by the federal administration, which made the banks even angrier because it certainly challenged their business structure. And so that membership piece has become less and less important. That said, even though it still exists in some institutions, they do not have to accept deposits from members, and their laws allow for that. Their organizations allow for that, and I'm happy to provide you more information about how that works, other than it's not a requirement. Again, I'd push back a little bit on the bank piece, right? I mean, how is that not unlawful by giving our public deposits to banks with our local board of directors, right? I mean, it seems to be consistent with a similar provision, and so I'm failing to see the unique distinction with the credit union as opposed to a bank when it comes to some of those concerns.
Further discussion, Senator Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add this to the conversation about sales tax. I think there's a bit of a misnomer here going on. And frankly, if you're selling to somebody who is non-taxed, the person that's making the sale is still responsible to pay for the tax. So I would argue that because of that, they are in fact paying a tax indirectly. Because if I'm selling to, the state still requires me to pay tax on the goods that I received that I sold to an entity that is non-taxed for my cost. So I think it is, there is a tax in there. It's not a direct tax. You can't show it on the invoice, but somehow you have to cover that when you do a sale. Or I guess give them a discount, whatever your tax is in the area that you're in the state for the taxation rate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, I think we should look into that last statement a little bit. The vendor doesn't eat the taxes on when they're sold to a nonprofit. For example, in my industry, well, the state is actually one of my big clients, and we typically don't charge taxes to state employees who are traveling on state business with the state credit card. We don't pay the taxes on their behalf, I guarantee you. I would not do that. So those taxes are not paid sales tax. When we file our reports about sales tax, we indicate what portion is taxable sales and what portion is non-taxable. We don't kick in for the non-taxable sales. So we need to just check that out a little bit more.
Further discussion? Mr. President.
Thank you. I appreciate what's been said here, and we've gone off and kind of got off the track. And simply, it's just on the track. What we're going to do here is we're going to move public money into a subsidized operation, and that's your decision. If that's what you want to do, fine. You want to play that field where you move that public money into something that's subsidized, fine. If not, you keep it with the bank, who's solid and pays the tax and is there in all communities. Just to say that it's a distance we travel, folks, we travel great distances to take care of our businesses across the state. It's part of living in Wyoming. On and against the bill.
Senator Purpey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me clarify a couple of things. First of all, the credit union deposit insurance is similar to FDIC insurance. Let me make that clear. FDIC insurance is funded by the banks. It is not funded by the federal government. So technically, FDIC insurance, the federal government may step in if it went broke, but that is not very likely. I don't know the solvency of the credit union's insurance that they have to fund themselves. And let me clarify one other issue. These very small credit unions, which is what we're trying to take care of in a community that has no bank but has a credit union, public deposits in excess of $250,000 have to be backed by U.S. Treasury securities, agencies, etc. A lot of those small credit unions may not have invested in that. So I'm just saying, we need to be careful with this public money, and I'm sure the credit unions would be careful with it, but I just want to raise that issue of concern. Thank you.
Further discussion? Are you ready for the question? Question being called. All those in favor of Senator Nethercott's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report that it do so with the favorable recommendation that Senate File 99 do pass, please say aye. Opposed, no. No. Division being called. All those in favor of Senate File 99, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. The vote is 17 ayes and 13 noes. Senate File 99 has passed committee of the whole. The next bill for Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, what's the Constitution among friends?
Senator Kolb.
A less profound statement. Privilege of the floor.
Granted, Senator Kolb.
I would like to introduce Jeff Smith, the chairman of the Sweetwater County Board of County Commissioners.
Welcome to the Senate. The next bill for our consideration, Senator Perkins.
Privilege of the floor.
Granted.
I've got one of my county commissioners up too, Rob Hendry, who's been a commissioner in Turner County for a long time. In fact, so long that he and I were commissioners together back back in the day. So anyway, if you just welcome to Commissioner Hendry.
Welcome to the Senate.
And Mr. Chairman, there's no promises, but we're going to try and keep him in a Senate district that has some connection to Wyoming, or at least a House district.
The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 102. Would the reading clerk please read the bill?
Senate File 102, Second Amendment to Protection Act, sponsored by Senator Hicks, an act relating to the regulation of firearms and the protection of constitutional rights. It was referred to Committee Number 1, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators Cooper, Kolb, Cost, and Nethercott. Absent Senator French. Senator Nethercott, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the due pass recommendation of Senate File 102, Second Amendment Protection Act. There is a standing committee amendment. Can I have that read in?
Senate File 102, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 3, line 6, after.
You have heard the reading of the Standing Committee Amendment.
Protection Act.
Senator Nethercott.
Did I not say protection? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 102, and to explain both the amendment and the bill, I turn to Senator Hicks.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, I am going to take you right into this good little bill. And what I'm going to do is walk you through there. So I'd like you to turn over to page 2. And so when we get to page 2, we create a new section, 914-202, which is the Declaration of Authority. So the authorities that the state of Wyoming would have under our Constitution, they're found in the 2nd and the 10th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, and Article 1, Section 24 of the Wyoming Constitution. Further, if you go down to the bottom of that section on line 14, it referenced the dual system of sovereignty in Prince versus the United States. Goes on. This was a Supreme Court case that ruled in a very similar gun case. The Brady Act was a federal law that was passed. There was 2 sheriffs that appealed this decision as to whether it was constitutional. Members of the body, it went all the way to the Supreme Court, and it found out that the federal government could not, under the auspice of the dual authority, under the dual sovereignty of the states and the federal government and federalism, that the federal government could not mandate that the states have to enforce federal law. So the whole linchpin behind this bill rests in our constitutional rights and the Supreme Court case of Prince versus the United States of America. So, Mr. Chairman, that's the authority that we're claiming the ability to do, what this bill does today. It goes on in subsection B and just further provides some additional legislative findings. It references 68406. Members of the body, that was a law that was passed by the Wyoming legislature in 2010 called the Wyoming Firearm Freedoms Act. So you can go in there and find the legislative findings. The real meat of the bill, Mr. Chairman, is 914-203. So this is the new section that we're creating in Wyoming law, and it's found in subsection A. And so what subsection A does is say political subdivisions of the state are prohibited from using any personal funds appropriated by the state, any other local sources of funds that are derived within the state of Wyoming for the purpose of enforcing, administrating, or cooperating with any act, law, treaty, judicial, or executive order regulation of the United States that infringes upon or impedes the free exercise of the individual rights guaranteed under the Second Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. Mr. Chairman, that's what the bill does. It just prohibits the ability of our local law enforcement or any other agency from enforcing federal laws that would impede on the Second Amendment right, and we declare that authority under our 10th and the Brady Act, not the Brady Act, but the Supreme Court ruling of Prince versus the United States. Mr. Chairman, there's also been some discussion on this bill as far as what are the impacts to law enforcement. So we bring in section B. So in section B, it says, nothing in this act shall restrict public servants as defined in 65101 from providing assistance to federal authorities for the purposes identified in section A. Mr. Chairman goes on and provides in subsection C, the penalty for violation of the law. Again, it would be the same penalty that you find in the Wyoming Firearms Freedom Act. Mr. Chairman, that's the bill. But Mr. Chairman, specific to local law enforcement, I want to tell you how this bill come to you today on the floor. This has been a culmination of a multi-month collaborative effort between our local law enforcement in the state of Wyoming, members of this legislative body, and other pro-Second Amendment groups in the United States. That's what we have here before, what you have here for you today. Members of the body, you have on your desk 2 letters for your review. One of those is from the Wyoming Sheriffs and Chiefs Association supporting the bill, and another one from the 23 sheriffs in the state of Wyoming supporting this legislation, Mr. Chairman. This has been a very collaborative effort with law enforcement to make sure we accomplish the very thing that we set out to do, and that is protect the citizens of the state of Wyoming from infringement upon their Second Amendment rights by an overzealous regulatory federal government. That's what this bill does, Mr. Chairman. I stand for any questions. Oh, we got a standing committee amendment. We've had that read in.
It's been read in. And it's been moved.
It has been moved.
But would you please take it up?
Yes, I'll take it up.
Because we need to deal with it.
All right, let's deal with the amendment, Mr. Chairman. So the amendment goes in on page 3, line 6, and it inserts, just for complete clarification, on page 3, line 6, after any, unconstitutional any, administer or cooperate with any unconstitutional act. Mr. Chairman, that's what that does. Page 3, line 7, it deletes judicial or. And the reason to do that is we want a clean Second Amendment Act. There's the potential, if we left that language in, that we could actually run into a separation of powers issue. And that's not what we want to do here. We want a clear legislative bill that protects those Second Amendments and recognizes the separation of power of the judiciary. Mr. Chairman, we go on to page 3, line 7. We bring in further language to make sure that our local law enforcement have the ability to work with our federal partners in the pursuit of criminals and violations of federal law. And so that language comes in on that line, and we add the language, nothing in this act shall be construed to prohibit Wyoming governmental entities from accepting federal funds for law enforcement purposes, Mr. Chairman. Further reassurances that we are working with our law enforcement. Mr. Chairman, page 3, line 20. We go in there and we bring in and we, after who, we insert knowingly. And this is a very important component in there. What this does is if there's a violation of this law, it has to be knowingly doing this. The way it's currently constructed, we could inadvertently capture somebody that had violated this law. By adding this, they would have to knowingly violate the law of the state of Wyoming. And so the intent is here is to make sure that we don't capture people that inadvertently would violate this law. Mr. Chairman, the only thing we've done on page 3, line 21 is just bring in so people understand this is a misdemeanor violation under the laws of the state of Wyoming. I would stand for any questions, and if there's no questions, I'd ask for your favorable consideration of adopting first reading Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 102.
We are on the amendment. Senator Bouchard. His mic's on. You might want to stand, there you go. Yeah, please proceed. Let's try one more time. It's green. Your name's Bouchard, right? You want to try Chris's? All right.
There we go.
Can you hear me now, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. By looking at the amendment, I'm just assuming that all someone has to do is say, well, I didn't know. So, I mean, is that the simplicity of what's going on here in this amendment?
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So all crimes have a mens rea element to them. Knowingly is one of those. It's common, it's in every criminal code, it's in every criminal law. You have to have an intention in order to be found criminally culpable. There's a couple exceptions to that, but not many. Usually it's reckless, ordinary negligence, intoxication, when you can't form an intent but still be found responsible. But an intent element called mens rea is a requirement for every criminal law. In order for it to be a crime, you have to have a mental element associated with it.
Further discussion? Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really appreciate the efforts on this bill, and I certainly support it. I just had a question on page 3. Nothing in this act shall limit or restrict, I'm on line 13, one of our public servants from providing assistance to federal authorities for the purposes, as long as it doesn't occur in paragraph A or has not been identified in paragraph A. I'm just trying to think, are our local authorities going to be able to discern well enough as to whether or not they should jump in and assist, or do we run a little bit of a risk there? It just seems like a little bit of a blurred line. So maybe a little bit more on that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Further discussion? Senator Hicks.
Question on the amendment, or was that on the bill?
We are on the amendment. Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, my apologies. I'll save that question and re-ask it if I need to. My apologies.
We are on Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 102. Senator Piteman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back to the knowingly discussion, I was just following orders be a defense for an officer violating this section? How does that interplay with the knowingly versus not? Just for us non-lawyers. Thank you.
Further discussion? Are you ready for the question?
Ready for an answer.
All those in favor of Senator Nethercott's motion to adopt Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 102, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No.
Senate File, or Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 102 has passed the Committee of the Whole. We are back on the bill. Discussion on the bill. Senator Beitman, you're still on.
I'll try to get an answer to that question and another question. Page 3, looks like paragraph C there, talks about penalties. The question is, does this bill protect all firearms, regardless of where they were made? Or does this only protect firearms that were solely made and manufactured and stamped, made in Wyoming? Same with ammo and everything else. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sending an email to all the senators now that provides a good little synopsis about the standard associated with knowingly, the requirements to having these mental states in the law. Again, as indicated, there are some certain exceptions to those. One primarily associated with status offenses, and that's when you commit the crime, but perhaps you didn't know the age of the victim. That would be an example of a status offense where the intent may not apply in that case, but the crime still occurred. Be sending this out for further understanding about that knowingly piece.
Further discussion? Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, with the question, does this cover all firearms? The answer would be any of those acts. It references the Firearm Freedom Act and the penalty, which deals with firearms within the state of Wyoming. It doesn't say only firearms. If you go back and read the bill, what it says is any unconstitutional act, law, treaty, or executive order, rule, or regulation of the United States government that infringes upon your Second Amendment rights. Doesn't have anything to do with firearms, specifically only regulating those. It's any unconstitutional act, order, executive order rule by the federal government. It covers all firearms if it's unconstitutional act by the federal government. That's what the bill does. Mr. Chairman.
Further comments? Senator Bouchard, let's try your mic again. And still not working? There you go.
Mr. Chairman, I kind of like this one better. It's the right height and everything. I can get right up to it. I'm going to look at the actual penalties that's in this bill. I'm one of the few people that were probably here working on this legislation. I actually worked on this exact piece of legislation and this language in 2010 with a former representative from Uinta. Some of you that were here then remember that. So the penalties in this bill says, Section B, 68405B, any official, agent, or employee of the United States government who enforces or attempts to enforce any act, order, law, statute, rule, or regulation of the United States government upon a personal firearm, a firearm accessory, or ammunition that is manufactured commercially or privately in Wyoming. I mean, that's the key word, in Wyoming. That was the purpose of the Firearm Freedom Act. Some of you may know what a ghost gun is. That's the scary name for a gun that you manufacture yourself. And that is actually, you're able to do that under federal law. What this did was, as one of the presidents that came in with the letter O, came in and started to talk about enforcing strict laws that they were dreaming up, even by same thing as we're hearing now, by executive order. And so what this bill would have done, and I'm talking about what we're pointing to in this legislation, 68405, was specifically to guns that were made in Wyoming by personally or manufactured. This entire section here is about that, 68405, the Firearm Freedom Act. So what we've done in this bill is we've taken a bill and put a nice name on it, and then we're pointing to this that's already in law. It's amazing. We could have just made a bill that took the whole section of 68405, because A says no public servant as defined in WS 6501, which is the same thing that's in this bill. It says, or dealer selling firearm in the state shall enforce or attempt to enforce any act, law, statute, rule, or regulation of the United States government relating to a personal firearm, firearm accessory, or ammunition that is manufactured commercially or privately in Wyoming. And these are both A and B. It says, and that remains exclusively within the borders of Wyoming. A was to public servants locally. B was to federal employees. And Section C actually said the Attorney General may defend a citizen of Wyoming who is prosecuted. So interestingly, we've drafted a whole bill that points to this section, but this section has to do with firearms that are made in Wyoming. So I don't know how we got an answer that somehow we were causing penalties for something, because that's not what it says in the language. And, you know, quite frankly, I'm offended because I wanted to speak in committee, and it got shut down pretty quick. This bill wasn't vetted.
Point of order, Senator Driscoll.
Committee.
Senator Driscoll, I did not hear you.
Point of order. You need to stick to the facts.
That is the facts.
It is not.
The facts are I was not allowed to speak in committee.
Senator Perkins.
No, go ahead, Senator James.
Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on that point of order, our language in here is actually protected under Article 3, Section 16. So technically, he wasn't out of order. Thank you.
Senator Perkins?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have anything on the point of order. I want to speak on the bill, if that's okay.
Well, You know, at times like this, when I was teaching social studies, I say, just settle down, guys.
I just want to speak on the bill.
Senator Perkins, please
Thank
speak
you. I
on
don't
the
have a
bill.
point of order. I just want to speak on the bill, if that's okay. I just want to make sure that, like usual, you know, your vote is your vote and you vote how you want to vote. I just want to make sure that you understand what you're voting on. So the references in this bill, if you go down, and so what we're talking about that is, let's go to page 3, line 13. Nothing in this act shall limit or restrict a public servant as defined in 65101A4 from providing assistance to federal authorities for purposes of is not specifically identified in subsection A of this section. Now, they can still take money. The whole point of that is that there's a number of joint task forces that allows that to continue, as long as that joint task force is not going back and violating the stuff under subsection A, which is an infringement, an unconstitutional infringement on your Second Amendment rights. And so that's what B is talking about. And if we start talking about the public servants that you find, so this is a public servant. This is the definition of a public servant. A public servant means any officer or employee of government, including legislators and judges, and any person participating as a juror, witness, advisor, consultant, or otherwise in performing a governmental function. So that's what a public servant is, but it is important in knowing what an officer is, you have to refer to Romanet 4 above, which is a public officer means any person who holds an office which is created or granted authority by the Constitution or the legislature, who exercises a portion of the sovereign powers of the state. So that's an officer. So the only thing that B does is that identifies who's covered by this. And in this case, it says public servant, but you have to refer back to what a public officer is. And of course, that's going to be law enforcement. If you're a policeman who's you're that policeman under the authority of the law to have a police department. If you're a sheriff, you're under authority of law to act as a sheriff, so that makes you a public officer. So this is by definition just simply, you could have said it, explained it the exact same way, but they're just simply saying, we're going to use this definition that's already in law. So then you go to C, and you read what it says. It says, any public servant as defined in that statute we just read, which is a public servant, which includes public officers, who violate subsection A. So again, if they're participating in enforcing an unconstitutional act of the federal government, then you're just subject to the penalties under 68405B, which is a misdemeanor, you're up to a year in jail and $2,000 fine. So you could have just said in subsection C, and if it makes you feel better, you can come back and you can just take that language and put, it's punishable by a misdemeanor, punishable up to a year in prison and $2,000 fine. You could put that in here and remove the cross-reference. This cross-reference doesn't pull the act, the Firearms Freedom Act, which we had a lot of fun debating. I particularly remember some comments by some good comments by the tallest senator from Natrona County in that debate. But so it's just simply a reference for convenience sake. It does not pull in, and it doesn't limit it or restrict it to simply things that are covered by the Firearm Freedom Act. Now, in doing that, it's just, you have to look at A. A is what the prohibited act is. The rest of it are just cross-references. So I just want us to be clear what we're voting on, what this bill is and what it is not. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Just to remind the people in the gallery, if you're leaning over the glass, that's not allowed. So please do not do that. Also, we would like to go back to Senator Bouchard. You were speaking. Would you like to finish your speech?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things that I do know about that section of law is that there was a recent case where basically none of that section of law had been protected.
Mr. Chairman, we're on a bill, not some lawsuit or some case that happened. On the bill.
Mr. Chairman, I think that talking about law that happened is specific to this language.
Okay, Senator Bouchard, if we can stay as close to the bill, on the bill as we can.
Mr. Chairman, I will.
Thank you, sir.
On that section of law, what actually happened is the court cited that the gun was made in Massachusetts and thereby probably wasn't protected by this. It's something that went through the courts here. That's why we know about this section. and the court actually looks at the section, and the defense uses it on the other side to fight that argument to actually not be able to punish anyone. So that's kind of what the crux is here. If we're going to cite that piece of language, we have to look at how it's been used. And it's been used where it did not protect someone, even in a case where locally, couldn't even be used locally because the gun was manufactured out of the state. So that's the problem that I see. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are you ready for the question? Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back to my question on the knowingly, I'm reading through what the good chairwoman of Judiciary sent, and I still don't see an answer to my question of if an officer was just saying, hey, I was just following orders, I was just being a good cop and doing my job. Is that an affirmative defense with this knowingly amendment that we've now adopted into this bill? Thank you.
Further discussion? Are you ready for Senator Nethercott, and then we will go to Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't hear that particular question about the knowingly piece. Whether or not a law enforcement officer is given an unlawful order by one of his superiors, whether or not that would somehow make it lawful, no, they're still subject to the law. So whether his chief said, you're going to go violate this law, doesn't make it not a crime, right? So the chief can't say, hey, go murder that guy, and it's not a murder. That it doesn't work that way. So it still would be a crime if his superior told him to do it. It would be an affirmative defense to his wrongful termination if he refused to do it based on not violating the law in the event that that happened. So no, it would not become any kind of defense or any kind of sanitization by saying, my boss told me to do it, therefore I didn't violate the law.
Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a constituent question. I have several of them, but most of them have been covered here. If I could get one of these brilliant legal minds here to explain how the criminal penalties protect the qualified immunity of the police officers, I'd sure appreciate that.
Discussion on the bill. Senator Hicks.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think to answer my colleague's position, this doesn't change qualified immunity for police officers one iota. In fact, the qualified immunity that they have today, they will have tomorrow with this bill if it passes the way it is. So that stays in place. Hope that answers the question.
Are you ready for the question? Question being called. All those in favor of Senator Nethercott's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, that it do so with a favorable recommendation that Senate File 102 do pass, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Senate File 102 has passed the committee of the whole. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, do you have a motion? You have heard the Majority Floor Leader's motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Oh, lastly, before we, one of the funnest things that I do every session is get to be Committee of the Whole Chair. And one of the things that we have failed to do is to recognize how hard our staff has worked. It's 6 o'clock, guys. These people have been here all day. So let's stand up and say thank you to our staff.
Here, here. Always a team effort.
Reading clerk, read the committee of the whole report.
Mr. President, your Committee of the Whole, having had under considerations bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. Senate File 53, do pass. Senate File 68, do pass. Senate File 16, Senate File 99, do pass. Senate File 102, do pass, amended. Senator Wasserberger, Chairman.
Senator Wasserberger.
Mr. President, I move the Committee of the Whole report.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, that clears the desk. Oh, wait, just a moment, please. Senator Anderson.
Mr. President, I would like to re-refer Senate File 108.
Whoa, hang on a second, let me double. Okay, clarification then. Thank you, Senator Anderson. You can do that first thing in the morning because we have a motion on the floor. Sorry about that.
Oh,
Okay.
okay,
Hold it, be ready in the morning.
all right.
Thank you. Senator Scott?
Mr. President, time for announcements.
Yes, announcements. Let's see, I was trying to think where I was. Okay, announcements.
Mr. President, your committee number 4, Education, will meet tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, room W10. Senate File 51, Fairness in Women's Sports Act, will finish up our work on that, and we had to interrupt a witness in order to get up here and on time to gavel in last meeting. We'll finish that, and that'll be the end of the public testimony on that bill. And then we'll deal with Senate File 62. Mr. President, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, I believe one of y'all is on that. Civics Transparency Act, and that will complete our work, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Baldwin?
Thank you, Mr. President. To get the day off early, since I know tomorrow's gonna be a very short day, we want to start early at 7:30 in Committee 10, your healthiest committee in the Senate. We're gonna start in Connector Room 6, starting with Senate File 54, Licensed Professional Counselor Compact, which will be followed by Senate File 83, Prohibiting Chemical Abortions, and we'll wrap it up with Senate File 114, Employer COVID-19 Vaccine Mandate and Exemptions.
Senator Boner?
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee number 5, Agriculture, will meet today at 6 o'clock in the Capitol Extension Room W2N online to consider Senate File 86, bonfires, one call exception, Senate File 81, clarification of existing state ownership of groundwater, and Senate File 97, change in party affiliation.
Senator Landon?
Mr. President, thank you. Just a heads up for tomorrow night to the Transportation Committee. Mr. President, the Transportation Committee will meet upon adjournment tomorrow night, whenever that is, in room 2 downstairs to take up Senate File 14, telecommunicator cardiopulmonary resuscitation, Senate File 22, utility trailers, permanent registration, Senate File 17. This is a continuation from last night, automated transport of cargo or goods, shouldn't take long. And then we'll take up Senate File 52, special license plates, organ donations, and that will complete your work for the Senate Transportation Committee tomorrow night upon adjournment. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Nethercott?
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee number 1, Judiciary, will meet tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. in Capitol Extension Room 4 to hear the following 5 bills. We may not have time for full public comment. Good senators, I encourage you to refrain your public comments and bring them later. Senate File 100 will be heard, stocking amendments. Senate File 41, expanding next generation 911. Senate File 85, child care facility certification exemption. Senate File 65, electrical safety enforcement amendments. And Senate File 77, name change duration of residency requirement. Because senators, we are going to move some of those bills around. The sponsors of those bills and their stakeholders are aware of that change, but just an FYI for any of those who are interested that layout might change in the morning.
Senator Anderson?
Mr. President, your favorite committee, Minerals, Business and Economic Development, will meet Wednesday, February 23rd upon noon recess in Capitol Extension Room W4 and online. We will hear Senate File 55, Insurance Sandbox, Senate File 56, Lottery Amendments, Senate File 71, Deregulated Industrial Power Zones, and if time allows, Senate File 106, Wyoming Stable Token Act. And I will have a re-referral tomorrow morning for the Appropriations Committee. Thank you.
Just so on the record that you note the number for that re-referral, just so folks will be aware. And
Senate
we'll do
File-
it formally tomorrow. I apologize for the confusion here, but let's have you do it. Let's just say it.
Senate File 108, Social Credit Scores Use Prohibited. I will
And that'll go
transfer-
from minerals onto Committee 2 Appropriations?
Right.
Okay,
Yes.
and then you do it formally tomorrow, but now people know
Yeah,
ahead of time.
okay.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Senator Anderson. Let's go to Chairman Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Appropriations Committee number 2, We Try Harder, will, on Thursday morning, February the 24th, in E301, which is the JAC room, and online, will take up the following bill. Senate File 79, Prohibition on Private Funds for Conducting Elections, and if re-referred in the morning, Senate File 108, Social Credit Scores Prohibition. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further announcements? Mr. Majority Floor Leader, you?
Thank you, Mr. President. First, an announcement. Members of the Senate, reminder to those who travel home on the weekends, you're entitled to receive mileage for one trip home each week during the session. Please stop by LSO main office, sign the logbook anytime you travel. Contact Heather Cameraman with any questions. Mr. President, your committee number 7, Corporations, will meet Thursday, February 24th, 2022 at 7 a.m., an hour earlier than we've been meeting, State Capitol Room W110 and online, to take up a continuation of Senate File 50, which public testimony will be closed on it, and we'll move straight to a vote on it. Senate File 111, Wyoming Financial Transparency Act, Senate File 113, Property Tax Exemption, Organizations Funded by WCDA, Senate File 79, Prohibition on Private Funds for no, that's been moved. Senate File 95, Public Utilities Service in Other Territory, and Senate File 63, County Offices Open to the Public. Testimony will be short. We've got a lot of bills.
Thank you. All right, further announcements? Thanks to those who, staff and to Revenue Committee for working on an expedited schedule for lunch, 1 hour. And we're just trying to get everything done here as we move into deadlines. Go ahead.
Mr. President, we stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Wednesday, February 23rd. Thank you, everybody, for during the budget. They did a great job. Let's give a hand to Appropriations.
Okay.
Again.
Thanks, Appropriations. You've heard the motion. Stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.